Good morning, everyone. If you'd like to take your seats, we'll be starting in a couple of minutes. If you'd like to bring your drinks in, by all means, please do. And we'll be starting in about 3 minutes. Good morning, everyone, for the third time. Your Royal Highnesses, sirs, moms, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Phoenix News 10th Anniversary Conference at the Movenpick Hotel in Ghana, Accra. My name is Jonathan Sarabadu. I am part of the Phoenix newspaper team. And we have coming up a conference based on the theme Peace Building in the 21st Century. Are we achieving sustainable peace? So, without further ado, introducing the Peace Charter for Forgiveness and Reconciliation for Africa, we are now starting with an opening prayer.
pray that our mind will start with all children of the same Lord. Happiness is due to the Lord. Our peace we experience because of the Lord. And only the Lord knows the extent of the Lord. Thank you. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Kwame Tete, and it's my pleasure to MC the rest of the program for this morning. We once again want to welcome all of you, and would also want to thank our brothers and sisters for leading us in prayer. Just to inform you that at the end of the session, we'd also have the Christian and Muslim prayer. As some of you may be aware, this program to introduce the Peace Charter for Forgiveness and Reconciliation, which is part of the Phoenix newspaper's 10th anniversary conference, has been put together by the Gura Nanak Nishkam Seva Jata and then Religions for Peace International, in collaboration with the Sane Institute, which is the local organization on the ground, having put all this together. In Ghana, when you go to someone's home, you feel most welcome when you have the head of the family welcoming you. So it's my pleasure to invite the executive director of the Sane Institute, which is the local host organization, to welcome us. Let us welcome Professor John Azuma, the Executive Secretary of the Sane Institute.
Good morning again. I'm sure you're going to get tired of good morning and welcome, because everyone who comes here is going to say that, basically. It is our pleasure to have you all in Ghana, and we want to warmly welcome you. And as we say in Ghana, we say Akwaba, and we say Maraba, and we say Sanuka de Zua, Sanda Zua. We say all of that. So we are very glad to have you in our country. As you know, Ghana is one of the countries that is blessed with peace in the sub-region, for which we don't take for granted. And we are also one of the countries. Ghana is the first country south of the Sahara to attain independence from our colonial masters, the British. And we want to welcome all of you who are coming from the former colonial master. We want to welcome you with open arms. There is no more animosity. We don't hold any grudges against you. Especially as we are here to talk about forgiveness and reconciliation. It's important that we underline that fact. Ghana is also one of those countries where multi-religious harmony and coexistence is celebrated. We are a country that takes pride in the fact that we are multi-religious, and we celebrate that fact in our national life, in our institutional lives, and in our personal lives, and in our family lives. That is how we take it seriously. So there is no place, better place in West Africa to launch this peace charter than in Ghana, and we are very, very glad to have you here. As I speak to you, I am an ordained minister of the Presbyterian Church of Ghana, and during my own ordination, my family, that is largely Muslim, were all at the service it's a Christian service, and they were all there. And the women were all covered up, and they were in the church for the service. My own Muslim uncle paid for my theological education when I was in theological seminary. And a few years ago, I had to pay for my own sister to perform the pilgrimage in Mecca. I had to pay for airfare to go to Mecca. And we are not unique. And this is not unique. There's a lot of that across Ghana and across West Africa. But that doesn't make it to the news headlines. It is what we don't like that makes it to the headlines. So we are very pleased to have you in Ghana. We warmly welcome you, and we pray that your time with us will be memorable, it will be productive, and it will be something that will foster the cause of peace for humankind. Akwaba to Ghana.
Thank you very much, Professor Zuma, for welcoming us, and I'm sure we are now happy and we feel comfortable, but we should be happy that we are here, and we look forward to interesting conversations as we move on. The reason why we are here is the Peace Charter. Some of us are familiar with it, others are also being introduced to it today. So it will just be proper to have someone who has been part of it and knows all that has gone around it and all what it is about to help us to get into it, so that once we appreciate it, we can also make our inputs and work with it. So we would want now to invite the Director for the Peace Charter for Forgiveness and Reconciliation, Dr. Joseph Bohe, to introduce the Peace Charter for Forgiveness and Reconciliation to us. And please, this would be on the screen.
We all benefit from being reminded in our private and professional lives of the critical importance of forgiveness and reconciliation. On this journey to peace, the Peace Charter, by highlighting and explaining these core values, aims to further raise awareness, support the deepening of understanding, and increase reflection on the critical contribution forgiveness and reconciliation can make to sustainable peace building. One of the Peace Charter's main aims is to nurture and assist wherever possible local and global public discourses on the essential role forgiveness can play in processes of peace building. We do acknowledge that processes of forgiveness and reconciliation have to be developed by individuals, communities, and parties which are in conflict themselves. However, organizations like Religions for Peace and the many other religious and secular organizations that are engaging in peace building and are working for more just and peaceful societies can be of assistance and support by encouraging conversations and research on the critical issues, challenges, opportunities, and complexities of forgiveness and reconciliation in peace building. Forgiveness, which is often seen as a highly personal and private matter, has so far proved to be too complex, too elusive, and too controversial to be defined and expressed in shared global norms, and to be routinely applied in public processes in national and international institutions. Whilst justice, human rights, rule of law, and judicial punishment have been increasingly embodied and institutionalized internationally over the past decades. Forgiveness becomes possible when the perpetrator is not solely seen and defined as the one who has committed evil, but as a person who is always grounded in his or her much deeper and wider nature as a human being, with the possibility of regretting and transcending any act of evil committed by him or her, and as a person having the potential to transform himself or herself, to overcome evil, and to participate in restoring good. For religious and spiritual persons, this process of forgiveness, transformation, restoration, and reconciliation is ultimately grounded in mercy, compassion, grace, and love of the all-pervasive presence of ultimate divine reality. In any reflection concerning the relation and potential interdependencies between forgiveness and reconciliation and the holistic view of justice, the distinction between retributive justice and restorative justice needs to be taken into consideration. a distinction that was developed in scholarship and practice since the 1980s. Retributive justice seeks punishment for crimes that were committed and assumes that the imposed punitive judgments and sentences serve as a deterrent for the offender not to re-offend, and for potential offenders to consider the severe consequences before they engage in criminal activities, thereby preventing crime and unlawful behavior. Restorative justice does require that crimes, abuse, and human rights violations that have been committed are admitted and that only then the process of seeking restoration, healing, and repairing of any harm suffered can take place. Retributive justice does not seek the healing and restoring of broken and harmed relationships, whereas restorative justice seeks to heal and transform the offender as well as the victim, and seeks to restore right relationships between them and in the concerned involved communities. How to bring the personal dimension of forgiveness and reconciliation together with the communal and public dimension in contemporary societies, whilst at the same time taking the demand of justice seriously, are some of the core challenges in front of us all that need to be addressed by all of us together in conversations, encounters, conferences, and research. The Peace Charter aims to encourage, inspire, assist, and support such shared learning and deepening of understanding, as well as individual and communal development towards more just and peaceful societies. Now I will give a brief introduction to the history of the development of the Peace Charter for Forgiveness and Reconciliation. In 2011, the proposal of developing a Charter for Forgiveness was first raised by Bhai Sahib Mohinder Singh Ahluwalia, the chairman of Guru Nanak Nishkam Seva Charter, in a series of conversations between Bhai Sahib and myself. In these meetings, the initial idea, vision, concept, and the project proposal for a Charter for Forgiveness was developed. After gaining the support of the Garant Hermes Foundation for Peace in 2011 and the Fetzer Institute in 2012 for the initial project development phase, additional organizations were approached to seek their support, most prominently Religions for Peace International. In the early Charter development phase, forgiveness and reconciliation were identified as being closely related values and both being necessary to achieve sustainable peace between individuals, communities, and states. Dr. William Manley, then Secretary General of Religions for Peace International, lovingly embraced the Charter idea, vision, and project, and joined Bhai Sahib Mohinder Singh Ahluwalia as co-convener of the Charter project in spring 2014. Bhai Sahib Mohinder Singh and Dr. William Manley as co-conveners, as well as myself as director, have since formed the core leadership team. Dr. Azakaram, the new Secretary General of Religions for Peace International, joined the leadership of the Peace Charter as co-convener after her election as Secretary General of Religions for Peace in August 2019. A very successful international symposium on forgiveness and reconciliation was held at the Nishkam Center in Birmingham on the 2nd of April 2014, bringing together 30 international experts, leaders, and practitioners. An editorial panel with 13 members was formed in 2016 to jointly develop the Charter text and to promote universal ownership, open inclusiveness, and ensure a high-quality Charter from the beginning. The editorial panel consisted of the two co-conveners, by Sahib Mohinder Singh and Dr. William Lendley, 10 editorial panel members, and myself as the director of the editorial panel. After a 2-year period of revisions, the charter text was completed in early 2018 and consists of preamble, purpose, and principle sections. The charter text has received very positive feedback and appreciative responses and has been welcomed by a wide diversity of audiences internationally. A plan of action and development stages were outlined in the charter brochure, which included the now completed charter drafting process, the outreach to relevant organizations and the wider public, the development of charter-related activities, as well as the planned engagement with public bodies, international institutions, and the United Nations system. On 4th of February 2017, the inaugural annual Peace Forum on Forgiveness and Reconciliation was held by the Charter for Forgiveness and Reconciliation at the Nishkam Center in Birmingham as part of World Interfaith Harmony Week. On 4th of February 2018, the second annual Peace Forum on Forgiveness and Reconciliation took place at the Nishkam Center in Birmingham. The finalized charter text on the scroll and the charter project was presented to His Holiness Pope Francis and the Pontifical Council for Interreligious Dialogue on the 2nd of May in 2018 in Rome. His Holiness Pope Francis was delighted to learn about the charter text and project and joyfully blessed the charter scroll. A conference for the development of a teaching module on forgiveness to be incorporated into the school curriculum was hosted by the group of Nishkam schools with over 150 teaching staff. This work will lead to a key area of impact for the Charter in the education field, and it is planned to share the developed modules as fully resourced modules with all interested schools. Many other meetings took place, and the Peace Charter was presented at many other national and global conferences, and you will find more of those details in the Charter brochure or on the Peace Charter website. The Peace Charter for Forgiveness and Reconciliation was adopted and globally launched at the 10th World Assembly of Religions for Peace on 20th of August 2019 in Lindau, Germany, completing 8 years of organizational development, which included a year of preparation for this global event. Since then, we were unable to proceed at an accelerated speed with launching and introducing the Peace Charter in different locations, nationally and internationally, due to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, finally, we are now ready to introduce the Peace Charter to Africa on the 29th and 30th of September 2022 in Accra, Ghana, and we are extremely grateful for the positive and very supportive welcome we have received. I want to express my deep gratitude and give my special and heartfelt thank you, especially to Dr. Haruna Sadoun Sayed and Professor John Azuma, the Executive Director of the Sane Institute, as well as to the whole team of the Sane Institute. We also have now set a date for the UK launch of the Peace Charter in the House of Lords, London, on 21st of November 2022, together with the Peace Charter's 3rd Peace Forum on Forgiveness and Reconciliation. As a Christian, I want to end this introduction to the Peace Charter with a few selected quotes from sacred scripture and from esteemed personalities who all have shaped and deeply impacted our societies. Queen Elizabeth II said in her Christmas message in 2014, "For me, the life of Jesus Christ, the Prince of Peace, whose birth we celebrate today, is an inspiration and an anchor in my life, a role model of reconciliation and forgiveness. He stretched out his hands in love, acceptance, and healing. Christ's example has taught me to seek to respect and value all people of whatever faith or none. This was Queen Elizabeth in her Christmas message in 2014. Nelson Mandela, after his release from prison, said, "As I walked out the door toward the gate that would lead to my freedom, I knew if I didn't leave my bitterness and hatred behind, I'd still be in prison." Jesus Christ, the Prince of Peace, said, "Do not judge, and you will not be judged. Do not condemn, and you will not be condemned. Forgive, and you will be forgiven." This is from the New Testament, the Gospel according to Luke, chapter 6. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you all a very successful conference and blessed days in Accra. Thank you, and may the Peace Charter be a good inspiration and resource on our shared journey on this earth, seeking meaningful lives in healthy, just, and peaceful communities. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much to Dr. Boy and also to the entire team that worked on the Peace Charter. And we are grateful that you've chosen Ghana to introduce this to Africa. It couldn't have been any better place than the center of the earth, which is a beacon of hope. Thank you very much. And just to also mention to you that you have a copy of the Peace Charter on your desk, the preamble, the purpose, and the principles. So in case you would want to go through it, you can also take it with you so that we all imbibe it and then put it to work when we get back to our respective communities. Now, in order to help us appreciate the charter better, we would have two panel discussions dealing with different aspects of the charter, and we are grateful to have people from different segments of society, people who work in the industry of peace building, many from religious perspective and from other dimensions as well, who will join us to constitute a panel to discuss the Peace Charter. For the first panel discussion, which will focus on building towards peaceful communities, we are grateful to have as our moderator for this panel Dr. Haruna Zagun Said. He is a lecturer at the University of Ghana, Department for the Study of Religions, and he is also an expert in religious peace building. Dr. Haruna Zagun, please, you are welcome. Let's welcome him with our applause. So to join Dr. Zagun Said for this particular segment of the panel discussion, we have Dr. Francis Keria Kagema, who is the Secretary General of the African Council of Religious Leaders. He is also with Religions for Peace, and he is also the Executive Director of Interreligious Council of Kenya. Doctor, you are welcome. In Ghana here, when you talk of religious figures who really serve as a model of how religions can serve as a tool or instrument for peace, one name that you can never go without mentioning is the National Chief Imam of Ghana, Sheikh Sharubutu, who has been a very good example of how religious leaders can promote peace. And we are grateful to have his spokesperson with us, whom he works closely with, to join the panel for discussion this morning, Sheikh Arimya Shaibu, who is the spokesperson for Ghana's National Chief Imam. And I'm sure Sheikh Sharubutu would have loved to be here, but just for your information, he's over 100 years old. So movement is challenged. But once you have Sheikh Arimya with us, you know that you have Sheikh Sharubutu with us as well. You are welcome, Sheikh. We also have with us Professor Rosemary Amenga Atengo, who is the head of department for the study of religions at the University of Ghana, the only University of Ghana. Prof, you are welcome. And then we also have from Leicester in the UK joining us, Sheikh Ibrahim Mogra. You are welcome, Sheikh. One of the key religious organizations, ecumenical bodies in Ghana here who play a lead role in putting religious thoughts and ethics at the forefront when it comes to issues of society and also peace building is the Christian Council of Ghana. And we are pleased to have the General Secretary with us, who is also going to join the panel for discussion this morning. Let us welcome Reverend Dr. Cyril Fayose, the General Secretary of the Christian Council of Ghana. So before I hand over to our moderator, let me also mention that as you can see on the program, there will be opportunity for us also to participate in the conversation with our questions and comments. But for now, over to you.
Thank you very much, Reverend Emmanuel. And good morning to all of us. Once again, this panel will discuss peace, building towards peaceful communities. And like Emmanuel said, we have a very array of scholars and practitioners who are going to lead us in this discussion. Without much ado, I will want to begin with a very, very short introduction of our panelists. And so I will give the mic to our panelists themselves to give some brief introduction of themselves, and then move. Even though Imam has mentioned their names, we want to hear from them their own introduction.
Thank you very much. As you have heard, my name is Francis Korea Kagema, currently serving as Secretary General of the African Council of Religious Leaders, Religions for Peace. In the agenda, and the speaker mentioned that I was the Executive Director of the Interfaith Council of Kenya. I stopped being the Executive Director at the end of last year, but maybe the community is still. So I'm no longer the Executive Director, but I did serve the Interfaith Council of Kenya as ED for 19 years. And maybe some of the experience I'll be sharing is from some of the work which we did at the Interfaith Council of Kenya. The African Council of Leaders coordinates the work of 31 national Interfaith councils in Africa, and also Women of Faith and Youth Networks. And we have been engaged in the work of peace, conflict transformation, and also governance.
And the European Council of Religious Leaders. I'm delighted to be here.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Cyril Fayose. Actually, my full name is Cyril Keshin Paul Fayose. As I was introduced by Emmanuel Tete, I'm the General Secretary of the Christian Council of Ghana. I'm an ordained minister of the Evangelical Presbyterian Church, Ghana. And as many of you may know, there was a schism in the Evangelical Presbyterian Church some time ago. So my doctoral work was on the
dignity. Many of them as refugees, internally displaced persons. I remember once, after the 2007 election in Kenya, a bishop, very successful bishop, he had a great congregation, and he told me when he had run away with his family, the biggest indignity was actually to live in a tent in the toilet as an internally displaced person for 6 months. It was a terrible indignity for him. Of course, he overcame. I think that is, to me, the biggest and the fruit of peace is the dignity it gives the community. Even if they are poor, they are living in dignity. It's a very, very important aspect. So to me, the importance of peace is to allow everybody to live a life of dignity, to live a life that is respected, to live a life that you can be able to pursue what that you want to do in life. Whether you want to pursue a business or education or whatever, employment, or you want to be a farmer, you can only do that in a situation where there is peace. So to me, that is the importance. To give human beings dignity, live a fulfilling life.
Thank you. Let's give you. So now I come to Chef Armia Shai, one of this Chef is not just the spokesperson for the National Chief Imam, he's also a scholar, a very renowned scholar in this country, and he's one of our favorite scholars in Ghana. You know, anyway, I want to ask Chef, how is the religious communities doing in terms of peace in Ghana? How are you doing?
Thank you very much, Professor Goon. In the introductory presentation of Professor Abdullah, he indicated that Ghana prides itself on being a country that upholds peace and harmony, and indeed, the Peace Index places Ghana second in Africa as the most peaceful country. So therefore, it's something that we cherish so much. But how we were able to reach here, it's been a long journey. It's begun with leadership that appreciated the value of diversity and used it as a tool to promote harmony across religious divide. And so, if you go back, we have what at the time we call the Forum of Religious Bodies. That was organized at a time when the base of society had not appreciated what it means to have interfaith religious harmony. So we had hate speech, were preachings that were very provocative across the religions, and so it was really so much concern. So for those of you who are in the country, Fakrabi, Happen, Tamale, Itapo, and so on and so forth. These happened. And so it brought up the idea to form this forum of religious bodies where religious leaders were using it as a means to really resolve, conflicts. That's one. But it also developed to another level where it also developed what we call the GCRP, the Ghana Conference on Religions for Peace. The apex structure of it was made up of the top religious bodies, and which had also the executive council made up of practitioners who were used. That was used also to facilitate collaborative activities that relate to issues that do not have religious color, but yet confront with humanity. So, for example, it was used as a very important tool to fight to really advocacy work on prevention of HIV/AIDS, for example. So you saw Muslims, Christians meeting together and do that sort of work. Let me say also, at another level, in Ghana, for example, our politics, gives rise to so much tension. And that is where religious bodies also come in and play an important role. And out of that effort, now we have what we call the National Peace Council, which is made up of the different religious heads and other social organizations to assist, address challenges of violence around elections and other issues so that we can have a sustainable peace. So in Ghana, that's how we have traveled. But leadership has played a very key role, and the symbolism of leadership in our country, respecting each other. All of you who are in the country are witnesses to the chief imam, for example, who once visited the Catholic Church, which generated so much of uproar against other areas, so much of praises across the world. And it was unheard of. It was so unfamiliar to the world to hear that a senior Muslim cleric had made a visit to the Catholic Church. These are symbolisms. And we have the Apostle Nuncio, who also crosses to pay a visit to the National Chief Imam, bishops, Christian Council, and the rest. They catch the calls of the National Chief Imam and to address national issues, including the COVID situation when it came, which did not know the difference between the Muslim and the non-Muslim. Created a platform for us to join action to address national issues that are related to humanity. So that's how in Ghana here we can conclude that Ghana is a very peaceful country that enjoys so much of interfaith harmony in Ghana.
Well, thank you so much. Let's start for you. Let's let me come to my HOD, Prof. Rosemary. She is into African indigenous religion. And we can say that all these foreign religions in Ghana are invading the space of African traditional religion. How is African traditional religion coping with this invasion? And how is it actually helping in getting peace across the continent?
Thank you. Scholars do say that African religion is tolerant, it's peaceful, and it's open to everything and to everyone. But to understand this phenomenon is to find out what they believe in. And to understand this is to look at how they understand the world in which they live. They are part of the earth. And the earth received them and gave them an abode to dwell in. They established a relationship with the land. So you have the landless. You may call them different names, but the spiritual holders of the land already established a peaceful relationship. Remember that the world that we find ourselves in, we are guests. And when you go to any community, and even those who are already there want to give you a land, there is a ritual. And the ritual is to establish some relationship with the land that is there. So you are a guest intruding a space, whether it's sacred in the form of good or evil, they're already intruding the space. You make peace through ritual establishment. And then the ritual, there's peace and harmony. And when you adhere to the environmental nature, to the conditions of that environment, you find peace, you find life, and you enjoy living in harmony with the nature and the best place to start. But apart from that, as people come in to join you, those who are there must establish that peaceful relationship first among themselves, among the environment, and then receive those who are coming in. We said apart, we were there, that's why we are welcoming them. The land is not yours, the environment is not yours, you are sharing in it. Who are you to tell others not to be part of that space? The African indigenous religion is open. It welcomes, just as the land, the earth in which they found it, welcome them. And if you come in, the Everests have a very beautiful saying that the different types of soups that we eat, especially when you are making palm soup, you put all sorts of spices, all sorts of meats, different types of meat, just add it. It enhances the flavor. It does not destroy the taste of it. So if you come in with a different religion, they will see you. Whether they say welcome in whatever language you find yourself, come from the north, and they receive you as Zara, and they welcome you. They don't disturb you. The question is, how do you settle in? How do you relate with the people who have received you? And so far, I was just telling my colleague, the indigenous religion does not discriminate. That's why we have different spiritualities also dwelling in. My grandmother remained a traditionally. I'm from a royal home. She married her chief who died before her, and she refused to change. Her first daughter married a Muslim. Her second daughter, my mother, married a Christian. She made sure we both lived together. Many times she was with us, because her husband died and her two daughters, she was living between them. And since I'm the only child of my mother, she will carry me sometimes wherever she's going. And she will say, I don't want trouble. Your father is a Catholic, remain a Catholic. You go and pray, it's better for you to pray. Today is Sunday, you to go to church. I don't want trouble. And she died, she established peace, because each one of us is answerable in the society in which we find ourselves. It's not a place to change. And I know the leaders of the traditional religion and the traditional communities are here. It is the welcoming nature that makes life. And we coexist with them because they recognize that they have met people. And no matter what happens, the individuals must be acknowledged. And they also acknowledge that there are other religions. And so in terms of prayer, they include everyone. And that's why their members can belong to all the children of the other religion. But at home, they still pray for them. They still welcome them back. And everybody needs to.
Good. Let me get to heaven. Thank you very much, everyone. I will come back to you to know whether, after all these years, the African traditional religion feels that, the new religion that came and you gave them good reception are taking over from you and, being, in the lead, dictating the space. But let me come to Sheikh Ibrahim from Leicestershire. You have engaged in many, peace-building initiatives within various communities. Can you share with us some of the challenges that you face as you engage in peace-building in various communities?
Thank you very much. As all of our faiths teach us to be peaceful, you'll appreciate that Islam itself, the Arabic root, gives the meaning of peace. So it has to be inherently a quality that every Muslim should display. In order to enhance peace between different people of different religions and of no religion, there has to be, to my mind, three key ingredients. One is understanding. We must learn to understand each other. When there is understanding, we will then understand the reasons behind any conflict. When we have understood that, we can then move to forgiveness and then to reconciliation. I've observed that between religious leaders, there is a lot of peace, there is a lot of understanding. We have forgiven each other and we have reconciled. But many of us have not been successful in filtering that down to our followers. How do our congregations learn from our example? So we can be role models and encourage them to follow in our footsteps. However, of late, with the proliferation of social media, we find that the more negative things between religions are finding their way to younger people. So my voice from the pulpit as an imam, talking about peace, forgiveness, and reconciliation, is drowned out by what is on social media, whether it is factual, and in most cases, it's false. It's lies and it's propaganda. So we need to find ways of ensuring that our young people appreciate the values that are taught by all of our religions. Indeed, people of no religion also have values, human values, which are to be commended. In terms of what efforts we have done, from the Muslim side, for example, we have a national Visit My Mosque Day in the UK, where participating mosques open their doors and invite people in to have some food, to look around. Because there's a lot of suspicion in many minds about what goes on in the mosque. Are they teaching terrorism? Are they creating extremists? And nothing could be further from the truth. And we are hoping that this will be taken on by our churches, our temples, gurdwaras, synagogues, etc. We have a national Interfaith Week in the UK, where all the major faith traditions in the UK are celebrated and appreciated, and put out activities for communities to encounter the other, and accepting that we are all part of a multi-faith society. At the Christian Muslim Forum, we have a specific program called the Church Mosque Twinning Program, where we pair up a church and a mosque that are close to each other, maybe a few hundred meters, maybe around the corner, and they formally become partners together. And they visit each other and they do things together, even if it means just cleaning the neighborhood, helping the poor and the needy, working towards building friendships, bringing leaders from one place of worship to another. These are some of the ways in which we are trying. But I just want to pick up, if I may, on Professor Rosemary's point about those who are new to our communities. It is critical that we help them to understand how we have been living for 10, 20, 30, 50 years. Because they come in new and they don't know all the hard work that has gone in and all the bridge building efforts, the reconciliation after forgiveness has taken place. They come in with their own background where there may still be conflict, and they bring it to us. And we are currently suffering this in Leicester as I speak, where some of our newly arrived communities from India, where my father was from, have brought in their understanding or their ways of living which are not conducive to a harmonious, peaceful, reconciled society.
Let's give him a round of applause, please. Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim. I will go to Reverend Dr. Koyose, but before I go to him, I want to remind you that after this, I'll get back to you, the participants, to ask questions or to make comments. They are here. It is very difficult to get such array of scholars and practitioners here. They are here. I want to give you the opportunity to ask questions relating to building peace within our communities. But let me come to Doc. We've heard a lot of the cooperation that various communities nowadays are having with other communities. But I want to pin you to Ghana in particular. Sheikh Arbial mentioned some of the things that we are doing here to make us peaceful. But some have argued that the Ghana's peace is very fragile. Ghana's peace is very fragile, and it's fragile because some few things happen. And you can see the religious groups cascading, insulting one another. We've had, especially when it has to do with our schools, our way of identity. What do you think Ghana, the religious community in Ghana, can do to actually consolidate the peace that we have? Because the peace that we have has been described as a very fragile peace.
Thank you very much for the question. Let me start by saying that peace building is always work in progress. We can never say that we have arrived. So that now our peace is so consolidated that nothing can unravel it. Peace can always be ruffled. So we must always constantly keep at it, keep working at it. Someone said that peace is like a garden. If you don't tend it, it will grow weeds. Correct. But if you tend it, it will continue to be a garden, a beautiful garden. It will blossom and it will grow. So we must continue to do the things that Sheikh Arubia already said we are doing. The peaceful relations between the Christians and the Muslims and for the traditional religious persons. We have very peaceful relations. We do programs together. The Ghana Council for Religion and Peace that he talked about, we have all the different religions in it. We must continue to do some of the things that Sheikh next to me just said, that we must doing churches and mosques to be partners. In fact, we have that in Ghana. Even though we are not formalized in like the UK, we have what in the Christian Council of Ghana we call the Local Council of Churches. The Local Council of Churches is a replication of the unity or the ecumenism between the churches at the national level. We don't want it to be just between the church leaders. So we have reduced it to the local level. So in every community in Ghana, there are a local council of churches, which is like the Christian Council of Churches. And it is, even though we have other ecumenical bodies in Ghana, the local council of churches includes all the ecumenical Christian organizations. But this is the good news. In some of the local council of churches, there are Muslim groups as well, who are part of the local council of churches. In other words, they don't see themselves as, unquote, Christian churches, but they see themselves as religious persons in that community coming together. So there are Muslim involvement in those communities. And as I said, we must continue to do things like that. It is only when we do things like that, when we continue to have seminars, workshops, we continue to educate the young ones who are coming up because they are the ones who can easily be radicalized. We continue to do all the things that we have to do. All the things that we have done in the past, the things that we have to do. Continue to help each other to understand the other person. as Sheikh said, it's extremely important. If we continue to do those things, our peace will be consolidated. By the day we stop doing them, it will come apart. So that is the goal. Our peace will continue to be fragile. Anytime it's time for election, every 4 years, we are on tender hooks. There is tension in the country. Are we going to make it? And somehow, by the grace of God, we make it. And we have to continue to talk to each other. We should not allow our differences to come between us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So do you think that apart from the religious community that we have in Ghana, which is, I agree with you, having good relations, and creating the peace, do you think politics is the spoiler of the peace in Ghana? Anytime there's no election, there's tension. Yeah. We are afraid, we can dissipate our peace. Do you think that politics is becoming a spoiler of the peace in Ghana?
Ghana currently, because it was a very polarized society, and that polarization comes from the politics. So politics is a major divisive, and it is inbuilt into our democracy. So there's sort of constructive conflict in our democracy. We have opposing political parties that oppose themselves in all areas of their discourse. So that in itself polarizes the society. But I must say that it's not only politics. Chieftaincy, ethnicity, even our religion sometimes polarize. But it comes to a peak anytime there's that political tension. So there's several things can trigger the conflict in our society, or division in our society.
Thank you.
Politics is one of them.
Good.
Thank you.
Let's give an applause, please. Thank you very much. Now let me get to our participants. We need to engage the panel. And that is for me, the most important part of this program. Any question, comment, any clarification?
Most respected Vice Abji, Honorable King and His Endurance, leaders of various faiths, all learned panel, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Ajit Singh Ahuja. I come from Botswana. I am more African than Indian. I've been in Africa naturalized for over 40 years, and I've studied a lot about African culture. African culture is full of tribalism, and various tribes fight with each other. We have had quite a few interfaith meetings where we have done our effort to teach them that all humanity is equal. And that's what this charter for forgiveness and reconciliation comes in. We have tried to explain the various tribes change from few kilometers to few kilometer distance. They've got different rituals, different followings, and animosity breeds among themselves. It goes so far that they do the killing of each other, not only having so-called hatred, but it goes to killing, which is absolutely pathetic situation. Now, all other people who will be talking on the panel, we've been talking about this, and various countries are some friends have been to Botswana, they've seen that also, that what's going on there. We need to, for those who are gathered here, we need to find out as to how best we can get rid of this tribalism and all community is considered to be equal. We are all human beings. And we all must see how best we can get rid of the hatred among the people. After all, various tribes are considered what people. It's all the human beings. And that's what is really going on, with which it is increasing. And we older generations soon have to leave the planet. But our new generation, it is becoming too much among themselves. For little things, they'll say, oh, you come from this tribe, I come from this tribe, I'm much richer than you. But you are. I can buy you or I can buy your whole tribe. I've heard this kind of comments from the youngsters, which is absolutely pathetic. So ladies and gentlemen, and all the learned people who are gathered together, we need to find out ways and means as to how best we can get rid of tribalism in Africa. It is very much prevalent in Africa, whether it is Botswana, whether it's Kenya, whether it's Ghana, notwithstanding any place. Tribalism is very, very high, and we need to put our heads together here today to see how best we can go forward to get rid of this. And our learned panel have already spoken about these things. And my request is, before we wind the day up today, let us see what best we can do and what we can carry home, which we can tell our people to follow this one so that we can try and walk away from this. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Take it to him. I'll come back here again, but take it to him. And please, if it is comment, make it very brief. If it's a question, go straight forward and ask your question, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. The good book advises us to be peacemakers it advises us to be peacemakers because brethren are those who are peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Go. Just let me put it in a very simple way. In case over there is a session fighting, and against us, those of you over there are against us. Please, is there any way that we can be peacemakers? We approach the modus operandi that we can adopt. I know it can vary from one society to the other, but are there some common approach or common approaches that we can adopt to make peace among people who are fighting, groups that are fighting within a community, or it could be international? Just let's share some of your approaches. Thanks.
I've taken that question. Can you come here? Because I'm getting a new hand here, but I have many hands here.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning. Yes.
Good morning to the chair. Good morning to everyone who was here. My name is Hector Wolf. I'm a journalist. My issue has to do with achieving peaceful homes, peaceful family, for peaceful community, and by a large extent, a peaceful world. And I'm saying this due to the high rate of divorce, and disintegration of families, and that is leading a whole lot of things. Children, young people going astray. My question to the chair is that how can we achieve a peaceful home or peaceful homes, a peaceful community, and by a large extent, a peaceful world? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think there's
same here, give it to, yes, they will go here, we'll come here. Then we'll finish it before coming back here. But let's be snappy, please, we don't have so much time.
Thank you very much. My name is Kwe Otre. I'm the chair of the Ghana Union Members. Thank you, the panel members. Very informative, very insightful so far. Now, there's a point that was made earlier about, which I quite like, peace building is work in progress. I thought that was an excellent way to approach peace. And I would like to contribute to the way forward to peace in our society. I see the secondary schools as the formative years here, particularly in Ghana. And in Ghana, we have the boarding school systems, which is very popular. And it's a place where people from different tribes, people from different communities, people from different religious backgrounds always meet. And I see that place as one of the places where we can actually help promote peace. So I would like to pick on the panel's views and brains as to perhaps what is being done in that particular sector. So for example, curriculum. Is there anything in that curriculum that talks about ethics, for example? And how we can promote peace. Because I see that as the formative years that perhaps we can use to help promote peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So let's start with the questions and comments where we can
Yes. My name is Kausa, a member of the Ghana Muslim Students Association. The discourse has been very interesting so far. And I would like to ask one question, which is with regards to opening up our mosques and churches to welcome others and then trying to foster unity amongst each other in the community. I think this is very important, but there's one problem with that I see, and I think we should try to talk on that. And that problem is that each and every group strives for self-preservation. And we realize that sometimes as the communities grow together, there's this risk that the community leaves behind the cultures or the practices of its community and then adopts that of others, thereby losing what they have. The Christians act more like Muslims and the Muslims act more like Christians, or leaving behind some of these practices. The question now is, how can we, because it's very important, if we lose that, then there is no differences which will actually, what will stand for. So how do we preserve each other? Because I think the solution some are providing is rather radicalizing people in the sense that don't be like them, don't be like them, they are the other people, we are us and them, it radicalizes people. So how do we, in unity, still have our differences and still preserve our own cultures and our own uniqueness as religions or people of various faiths?
Thank you very much. Come to this line, yes, give it to her, and then I will take the last line here, and then go back to you. Yes, I'll come back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is Comfort Maxwell from the University of Ghana, and thank you, our panel members, for the insightful discussion. So I've just heard about what is pertaining in the UK, about how you formalize interfaith dialogue. And I just wanted to throw it to Reverend Dr. Fayose, that will the Christian Council of Ghana be willing to maybe take a lead in formalizing? I know you mentioned some of the things we've been doing informally as interfaith groups, but would the Christian Council take the lead in formalizing that kind of interfaith interactions we have in Ghana? Yeah, thank you.
So the next to you. The next to you.
Good morning, everybody. I think we have had a very interesting forum so far. I have just some comments and maybe some thought-provoking ideas I'm going to throw to the floor. We have talked about peace. Maybe we should address where is this peace going to come from? We have talked about societies, we have talked about forums, communities, religious forums, interfaith groups. We have talked about individuals. The key question I would raise first is, we should as individually ask ourselves, are we peaceful inside ourselves? Do we have peace in my own home, with my family, with my community? So I think that's the first question I would ask is that, where are we going to get this peace? If we are peaceful individually, within ourselves, we can then spread peace. You know, I come from a building background, I'm not going to take too long. And I find that when we do buildings, if we put the good blocks in the foundation, we get a very good building. Strong stones in the ground give us a good house. I think the answer lies that we must first seek peace inside us, take it to the community level, take it to the family level. My group tells me in just one little verse, I'll just quote one verse, Kar sukh vasya, bahar sukh paya, kaho nanak guru mantra dridaya. It simply means that when you're peaceful inside, you're going to spread peace. But how do I get peace inside? That is going back to the root, to the values, which we must seek from our own religions. Every religion has got the values. We need to take those values, start practicing those values which your gurus, your prophets have given you. Once we start practicing, not preaching, once we start practicing these values, we find we get peace inside, and then we can spread peace. It's not about Christians, Muslims, Sikhs. It's about individuals as being good human beings. That's where peace is. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we go to the next table. I have 3 people that I saw their hands. And then I'll come back to this table, please. Very quick, so we can take more.
Thank you very much. My name is Adam Yunus from Baraka Policy Institute. A quick one, taking it from General Secretary Christian Council. I understand we have that peace building is a process, it's something you have to work on. And so I have 2 directs from a very important thing that I want our panelists to address. First, taking from what our sister said, the Christian Council form majority in the country, religious groups in this country. And so for me, we have a greater responsibility in coming out, formalizing the relationship that we just talked about and the work as far as peace building is concerned. And I have a very big concern also for our Muslim scholars. If you look at the scriptures, particularly the Quran, you see that the Quran says a lot about the other faith, the Christians, for example. But I feel that for some reasons, maybe you can help us, we seem to de-emphasize those scriptural information in our scriptures and rather emphasize on the differences. Why do you think is the reason for this? Why would we not tell a lot of Muslims a lot what the Quran says about Christians and Christianity, and the other way around for the Christians as well? And for me, these are some of the specific ways we can move our peace building process. Thank you.
Very good. We just have about 10 minutes to go, so we need to get the questions and get them to respond, and then we are out of this part. Yes.
Good morning, and many thanks for this opportunity. It's been a wonderful session there with all the great minds talking about peace. My name is Ben Omar. I'm a STEM educator, and mostly I train students and children actually in the field of STEM to understand globalization. And for many years, we've been observing seminars and conferences like this, and it's been wonderful. The outcomes are great. But what I have seen is that for most of the time, it is only when we get to this level before we try to get together to talk about peace. But we haven't got into the children. When you put children from different ethnic groups, religious backgrounds, whatever color or race they come from, and you ask them to take up a task, there's nothing like trying to get them to understand peace. They are already peaceful. So why is it that right from the beginning, when we want to talk about peace, we will start with the children, so they grow up with it. So at this age, we know we're talking about peace. They grow up to become peacemakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's Timothy. Yes, in the last that row, then we okay, very quick, so that we can come here and pick some, and then we can get them to answer the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and panelists and fellow participants. My name is Muhammad Amir Bakwada. I'm the General Secretary of the Federation of Muslim Councils of Ghana and the Executive Secretary of the Ghana Conference of Religions for Peace. I preach to bodies. I do want to make some comments, actually, on the question put to Sheikh Ali regarding how Muslim communities in Ghana are helping the peace process. And he mentioned the Forum of Religious Bodies and dovetailed into the Ghana Conference of Religions for Peace. And actually, it ties into what our Sheikh from Leicester said, that the three key values are necessary for achieving peace: understanding, forgiveness, and reconciliation. And this theme actually has played among religious communities in the country, right from the inception of the Forum of Religious Bodies, before coming into the Ghana Conference of Religious Bodies. I just want to have a very brief historical background so that our brothers from outside will appreciate how far religious bodies have been able to work on the peace, which is actually a work in progress, as my brother has said. It happened that a former Muslim had, renounced Islam, was preaching and preached his table in front of a private church at one night. He started preaching, and he used to call the Adhan. Adhan, when called at 7 around Isha, is the end of the day. But then he started his preaching around 8 p.m. and he started with an Adhan, the call for prayer. And most people were wondering, how could this actually happen after we had prayed Isha already? The child of him, vandalizing, he ran into a church nearby. The church also was attacked and also vandalized. That led to the crisis in the country, and then Muslim Christians had to meet with the understanding of each other, the forgiveness and reconciliation, peace prevailed. That led to the formation of the Forum of Religious Bodies in the country for a long time, until the WCRP, now called Religions for Peace, was introduced to the country in 2003. It is very also insightful to mention, in relation to what Professor Roswell said, that also have among the bodies that form the GCRP, the Ghana Conference of Religions for Peace, we have the Council of African Indigenous Churches. Very, very important. The GCRP started with only 8 bodies in 2003. 5 years down the line, the Council of African Indigenous Churches also joined. And now we have 9 bodies working together. So we ask about formalizing interfaith dialogue. If the 4, the GCRP, and other one that my brother, Father Amadi, was heading, are not ways to formalize interfaith, I wonder whether we can also think of any other thing to
I'm saying because I have my brother, Reverend House over there, my brother, Reverend Ondi over here, and my other brother, Sheikh Amrash, so these are my thoughts actually on the few that I listened to. I thank you very much for that.
Thank you. The last one, the last one, and then we'll come to this room to be quick, and then we can get the questions answered.
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity. I am Anas Sando, a lecturer at Industrial Development Studies. One requires no exceptional intelligence to perceive that peace is indeed an important necessity in any educational and ideological system. And then there has been an appreciable level of interfaith harmony between the Muslim and the Christian communities in this particular republic. And then you know as well as I do that, taking into account the conduct of the Office of the National Chief Imam and the Christian community, where we see His Eminence visiting the Christian church to deepen and then expand the process of dialogue. Currently, I think the only factor that seems to be a challenge is the economic issue. A country that has a youth, and the youth are what you call it, and the youth is hopeless. That particular issue itself has has a potential to sow seed of discord in the country. So in this case, what is the role of the state once the religious communities are trying their best within the framework of their capability to expand peace or to deepen the process of dialogue and expand peace? What is the role of the state? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm taking some time here, and then we come back. Just begin with the man in the food.
The man in food.
The man in food. You mentioned your name and where you're coming from.
I'm Abdul Karim, an academic, a management consultant, and a member of the Ghana Association of Muslim Professionals. I have only two questions, let me be brief, to the panel. We want to take it as one. We have, as Reverend said, for example, the Council of Local Churches, can we, I know the Muslims also have their version of it, but can we have, say, the Council of Local Religious Bodies with a definite roadmap of what in the peace that we have? Is it doable at our level? Let's look at it. Then my second question again to all of you, can there be peace when there is injustice, whether overt or overt? You know, when you have only one body, we know even a family, you have intra. But the family level, we need peace, you know, the same family. But to have more than one family, so obviously there may be tension. So we need peace, yes. But when you have a common meeting point of all members of society, majority, minority, and there's constant injustice, can there be peace? Which of the members of society should be tolerant? Should tolerance be only one-sided?
Good. So the questions are very clear. You know, take note of it. Yes, please. The name and your simple question.
Okay, please. My name is Nana Adjoa Inifua the Third. I'm a co-mother of a Confucius group and also Peace Ambassador Ghana 2022. My question is, there are a lot of young advocates for peace, but sometimes when you want to do projects, especially I personally wanted to do a tour for secondary school students, but funds was something that was very difficult for me, and because of that I couldn't do it. So here's my question. Please, are there places or organizations that we can go to get funds to do this project, whereby we'll be able to promote peace in Ghana? Thank you.
The last one over there, and I will go to the last end, and then we come to the panel. Please speak.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Efum Prince, CEO of Efum's Legal Consult. My question here is, but before I go to the question, I want to refresh our mind about something that happened in the book of Genesis, where a united race came together to build the Tower of Babel. And God, seeing that, had to confound their speech. And I believe that's how come we are all here in different cultures. I want to find out how we can build a peaceful coexistence in our diversity. Because misunderstanding cannot bring peace. I believe we are all peaceful here because of the understanding we all have. So I want to find out how best in our diversity we can encourage peace in our different cultural backgrounds. Because I believe you cannot give what you don't have.
Good. Thank you. Good. I think your question jumps into somebody's question I already asked. I have a queen mother here who wants to ask a question by she, and we need to be tolerant because the land is for them. So she's a queen mother, indigenous queen mother. She wants to speak a Ghanaian language. Now we translate. I'm going to talk over to me. I can repeat why.
I'm talking about that chairman, and then you're better for a way in mind. If I'm not talking about a baby, I'm going to change. The patch of us some background person we can say. Yeah, mental and peace, they are more common. You know, saying as Sundry, my name, why, now, me or him, and you could not be in faith a glass and son. I'm not better to 2 years. Now, I should be the bra and I am faith. Yeah, the beer and not the young coach. Now we have a moon. And a crab, yanka. Yet, I'm never told. So I could not let me fear. Obiara no say me training. Ye na ye dia program. Aso na ya yin for na ya ba. And then say we discard ya. Okon na ba dem fear. Ye ba chi akoma obi. Emfa asodwe emma. Ebia na de etopa ene court ni tina. So na na ba de wasase na sase ne da bono. Obi was car. Obeye brebra say Oba enti asasini bi na oya some the court no we discuss e dey go for as it nya de ma sa fe e wo no e me discuss na some the court enti se passion de pa ya nhwe se de wo yo wo hima na wo yo hima wo di enya so e di so ni pepe eni mo krai e be ba wo no e sa wo de no ba. That's how they know what we are. We are in our cast of a punch. I did ready. Yabaturi. A walk, Nanawi. A walk, Naniwi. That's one Saba. It didn't be brave, and you were never. And the mansion never. And fashion tree and that groom. Why not all? It's just like you're voting. It's the end of our young the crab, anyone drop. And your sundry, if I'm my ma, and the nana, and the myself, it ye, and the back, that's not a crack. So,
that's it. She's a queen mother in one of the great cities or towns in Ghana called Asantima, in the Ashanti region of Ghana. And she's saying all the things that we have, all the disputes that we have, some of them lands in court. It's just because people want to have money and they want to take your land for them. Once they have the money, they can have it. But people know, that this land doesn't belong to that person. It belongs to somebody, but because we don't see the truth, we are not sincere, we are not truthful. That is why we are having all these disputes around, especially chieftains. And so in short, she's saying that we need to, inculcate that value, those values of truthfulness and sincerity within our children. Once we have that sincerity and truthfulness, then we can have peace. Okay, we can have peace. And that is actually the summary of what she said. And then that's it. Okay, so I saw a hand at the last end there, please. And that's the last question for this session.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Chairman of Protocol of the Sheikh Dr. Abi was the National Chairman of the Ghana Association, and also the Chairman for National Board of Petrol, Ghana Muslim Students Association, and Doctor in charge of ailments at the Graduate Medical Hospital. I'm very happy. Lord Allah himself, one of his attributes is peace, and peace is paramount as far as life is concerned. Therefore, when we are here discussing about peace building, we are very happy. We thank the organizers and all those who have come here. Pray for others' mercy, and we pray that inshallah Allah take them back safely. We are heroes of this nation. Now, we have been all what we are doing in Ghana, and we all wish that we sustain this. The leaders are doing their best, as Chief Imam is doing. Some of us, writing books, Jesus and Muhammad, brothers in Islam, authoring those books. Some of us, some brothers, even building, as far as even building Methodist churches and other churches for their own pocket of money, because we bring about harmony and tolerance in our peaceful, in our communities. So we pray that we continue on that. The only question that I want to ask Dr. Fayos of the General Secretary of the Christian Council is, what can we do more to tolerate different faiths in our schools? Because if you look at what happened in Methodist Western Bears in Accra and other things. So I just want to bring that caution that what can we do further? Because that is much of worry as far as Ghana is concerned. How we can tolerate different faiths in our schools. That is what is actually where we have not done well. I want you to address so that we shall do more on that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nibosu. Thank you very much. Many questions came to Christian Council. So I'll begin with Dr. Faisal to just briefly. We don't have to be only about 8 minutes to go. So you answer those questions briefly, and then I'll come to each of the panel to also answer some of the questions that we are out of this panel.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you very much for all your insightful questions. First of all, I'm happy that we have acknowledged that Christian Council is the oldest ecumenical body in Ghana and the leading ecumenical body in Ghana. Thank you very much for the acknowledgement. I also want to say that yes, a number of questions were thrown to me. That one of them is whether the Christian Council is willing to lead the process of interfaith relations. We have been doing that for ages, and yes, we are willing to do that. We are willing to also have a local council of religious bodies. That was another question. We'll be very, very happy to do that. I must say that the question of tolerance in our schools has a relationship with a question that the young man asks about. Our Muslims and Christians are both missionary religions. So, are we talking about doing away with our differences and becoming one, or we remain different and then but have a good amicable relationship. I want to say that the suggestion coming from the thinking of the Christian Council, as I have come to understand it, is that we are not preaching oneness. It is important that we remain Muslims, and our Muslim identity is very clear. And we remain Christians, and our Christian identity is very clear. And then we relate with one another. We are not trying to have
religious integration.
Sort of religious integration. Assimilation. Yes, that will not help anyone, because at the end of the day we won't get lost. We will not know what we are really about. It's important that the Christian remain Christian. And in fact, diversity means difference in harmony. So if the difference disappears, we can't really have diversity. So God, in God's wisdom, made us different. But to appreciate our differences and respect our differences is what is important. So referring to the tolerance in school case, the thinking is that it is important that when schools are established by faith-based organizations, by religious organizations, the space of that school becomes a way of promoting that religion. And that should not be a source of conflict. Those of you who are in Ghana will understand what I'm saying. Whilst it is important to tolerate the other person, it is also important to respect the traditions of the one who established the school. So I don't know if I've responded to your question, the young man over there. I'm saying that we must maintain our differences because we are Christians and Christians are not Muslims and Muslims are not Christians. But they say that we live and become one together. And when it comes to our schools, yeah. The other thing, quickly, my last point, is someone said something about homes and schools.
Yes.
Yes. Homes being a microcosm of communities and society. And so are our schools. It is extremely important in Christianity, in the Christian Council, in all our churches. One of the key things that we advocate is that we must have marriage counseling. We must prepare people for marriage because the marriage is the thing that brings about the hope. Okay? And if there's no peace in the marriage, there will be no peace in the home. And then it will grow into the community and also into the whole world. I want to lay a bit of emphasis on marriage education. Whilst I'm also saying that we must also extend that to our schools. I don't know whether the ethics is in the curriculum. For the person who asked a question about curriculum, I don't know whether there's ethics in the curriculum. But I believe that by and large, our schools teach our children how to be peaceful because they come from different communities and they are taught to coexist in the same space amicably. But the marriage bit is that marriage is such an important institution in our society, but it is one institution that we have the least training for. If you want to be a driver in this country, you have to go to school. You have to go to a driving school and take a road test and a written test. If you want to marry, you don't go to any school. Meanwhile, you're going to be married for most of your life, for most of your adult life, for 30, 40, 50 years. So it's important that we educate people who are going to get married. Good. It is when we do that there will be peace in our relationship. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Let me come to Imam Sheikh Ibrahim. Someone asked the question of, the place of justice as we seek for peace within communities. And so I want you to address that. What is the place of justice in the quest for peace?
I think justice is incredibly important. Whenever there is any one side that feels that they have been treated wrongly, they are less likely to move towards forgiveness reconciliation, and thereafter peace. So when I said understanding, I think part of understanding requires the unjust to understand the pain of those who have been wronged and to restore justice, because it is in the benefit of all. We find with most conflicts, past injustices raise their heads and create more turmoil. If we look at the issue of tribalism, it's a scourge on society. I think it's good to have a belonging to a tribe for identification purposes, but not to prove one's superiority over another. As the Prophet Muhammad, peace be on him, said, that an Arab has no superiority over a non-Arab, and a white person has no superiority over a black person, and a black person has no superiority over a white person. The Quran says we are all made from one set of parents into different tribes and nations, not to fight, but to understand each other, to interact with each other. The dearest in God's eyes is the one who is most righteous, who does good, who has values and lives an ethical, spiritual life. So when we have these teachings and there is injustice, that injustice is so strong, the feeling of injustice is so strong that it will overpower even these teachings of our scriptures, where it is by God's design that we are different. The Quran says if God wanted, He would have made all of us the same. Imagine this room, we would all have been black, or brown, or white, or Muslim, or all Christian. It would not be as beautiful as it is now when we look around. This is God's wonder. And it is through this that we have to recognize the place of justice. Because no human being will accept to live peacefully when an injustice has been done to them. We have to help them to a point of forgiveness. The oppressor and the oppressed have to sit together. The injustices have to be addressed. And then we will help them to move to forgiveness and eventually to reconciliation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, in 2 minutes, Professor Rosemary, people have mentioned the role of the family. The role of the family in ensuring peace. What are your simple thoughts on this?
Thank you. I think the family is essential, but to understand the role of family in our modern society is different from understanding it from the community levels and from the rural part of it. You know, I talk of community because if you look at Accra and you are talking of the family, which family are you talking about? Is it those of us who don't come from Accra and we are here calling ourselves Ghanaians? Is it the Ghana people who are displaced and some of them have no place to live now? That you talk about family? Or are you talking about those who are maybe in the rural area who still have space and who live within their own means? Which family are we talking about? So the family is important, but we need to talk about family in context, and unless we understand that, we cannot talk about peace. And also we cannot talk about the family if the family is not well constituted. I think our Queen Mother just said it. She is the head of the family. But can she control her family now when her family is scattered all over? Some of them don't even know where. Because her family members have moved out. And some of them have become Christians, others Muslims, who see their new families more often than they see the traditional family. Yet should be praying for them. I say that every family will definitely go back home one day. Sometimes these days, it's basically during funerals.
Because even when it's with test people, because we
the youth who are idle and they are looking for opportunity will have to hang on to political parties, and they can be used for some of the violence that we are seeing. And so in most of the platforms where we have discussed peace, but the issue of youth employment has been one of the things that we need to place before the government. What are the policies that we need when implemented will create and widen the scope of job opportunities for the youth at different levels. You will notice that people see politics now as the place where you can really make it, and so there's a certain crowding. Now once they don't get that, and they fall within the lower levels of the ladder, then they become the tools, and they become a security threat for our country. So the issue of poverty, in Islam, that even poverty can lead to unbelief. When you are instead of abject poverty and you cannot provide. Poverty leads to indignity. It reduces your humanity, attacks your humanity. And so I agree with the point. Let me quickly end up. The issue of peace. Peace is a state. It can be spiritual. It can be psychological. It can be practical, and we find it in social circumstances. So it doesn't come automatic. It's something that you deliberately work towards. And so I want to say that that's why in Ghana here, all the approaches that we have made, they were deliberate attempts. But from the Forum of Religious Bodies up to the formation of the National Peace Council, which is a state backed by law, established even in the state of the man of the state, that you need to really maintain, sustain peace. So currently, between the Catholics and the Orthodox, for example, it has been established now an annual dialogue meeting. Apart from that, on the recent council, so it means that at different levels we are being deliberate. As I speak to you, and there's something we call Faith Alliance in Ghana, which is another level of the promotion of the use of religious fronts to augment the approach to peace. And those are things that we must continue to do to really sustain the peace.
Thank you very much, Sheikh. Thank you very much. Somebody asked the question, peace, getting peace or getting peace is expensive. It's expensive to like you say, it's a deliberate effort, and it's expensive when you want to make peace. And somebody asked, how do we move the bill? How do we get funding for peace initiatives that we want to have to get our communities, societies, countries, nations, peaceful? And I know you have been engaged in this for many, many years. How do we get funding, to ensure peace within our communities?
Thank you very much. How to get funding is how to be relevant. If you want to be relevant, if what you're doing is relevant, you get funding. You have to do things. You have to provide a solution. Funding follows ideas. If you have an idea, a good idea of how you're going to solve people's problems, and you get the resources necessary to be able to apply those solutions. Of course, you have to market your solutions, you have to make sure your solution is known, but you eventually will attract the funding to provide the solutions. Indeed, I want to address the issue of how we become peacemakers, because it's the question, how do we become peacemakers? And how you become peacemakers is actually providing solutions of the structural causes of conflict. There's a lot of emphasis on the inner self, but you know that conflict has structural elements, and the next round we're going to it. But if you want to be a peacemaker, you need to address the structural causes of conflict. Poverty is one of them, but there are many other structural causes of violence. And if you want to be a peacemaker, you have to address those structural causes, and you have to be innovative, and you have to address the people who are actually causing these problems. if you look at the issue of tribalism, it's not the individual who is being tribal, it is the structural arrangement of society that divides resources in a certain way, divides power. As you know, conflict is from the issue of how power is used, how resources are distributed, and how status is maintained. So if you have a situation where the status of a community is threatened, their power is threatened, their resources are threatened, then you have a sage mentality. That's how tribalism comes in. So how you manage power, resources, and status in a society generally is how you manage a peaceful society. And for you to be a peacemaker, you have to know, and you have to research, and you have to document how power, resources, and status are being distributed within a society. And you provide solutions of how these three are being managed, then you will become a peacemaker. And if you have good, innovative mechanisms of how you manage power, resources, and status within a community, then you become a peacemaker, and the resources will come to you. It's very simple, actually.
Thank you very much. Let's get our please. I want to thank my panel for this wonderful discussion they've had with us this morning. We've taken a bit of time, but we've learned a lot from what you've said. And I also want to thank you for being part and parcel of the discussion here. I want to thank Dr. How you say from the Eastern Council of Ghana, Sheikh Imam, Sheikh Ibrahim Manga from Leicester, UK. My professor, Rosemary Amenga Atigo from from my own department, Department for the Study of Religion, University of Ghana, and then Sheikh Akafai, one of my great scholars of this country, and also representing the Office of National Chief Imam as a spokesperson. I want to thank Dr. Korea from Kenya and the good work he has done. I heard his name not even before I met him today. And I want to thank you for being part of it. And this note I want to hand over back to Emmanuel to take over the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zabin, also for moderating. I think we can give it to them once again. Thank you very much. Building towards peaceful communities, dealing with issues of truth, dealing with the structures that hold violence, justice, dealing with poverty, and dealing with peace from the spiritual, psychological, and social perspective. Very rich thoughts they have shared with us, and I believe we'll take them with us. Shall we applaud them once again for the wonderful thoughts that our panelists have shared with us? And thanks also to you. You would want to applaud yourself. You've been good participants, and you've also shared very thought-provoking ideas, which I'm sure we'll all take along with us. We've done over 2 hours of sitting, talking, and listening. I think it is time for break. So we'll take about 15 minutes break now to have refreshments. We have some snacks, tea, coffee outside, just something to refresh ourselves. And we would also encourage you to take this opportunity to network, interact with others. I could see that a lot of us had our hands up, wanted to speak, but time couldn't permit us. This is an opportunity to network and also interact with others. So we want to take our 15 minutes break now and be back by 12 o'clock so that we take the next panel discussion. Enjoy your break. So we should be getting seated now, please. Please, let's resume our seats so that we can continue. You can take your snacks with you and continue with it by your table.
Yeah, I can.
May I please ask us to take our seats so that we can continue with the next session, please. Okay, so welcome back from the break, and it's time for us to continue and have our second panel discussion. And this time we will be looking at the primacy of forgiveness and reconciliation for peace building in Africa. We are happy to have with us as our moderator for this session Dr. Brenda Singh, who is part of the Peace Charter. Let us welcome Dr. Singh, who is going to be our moderator for this panel discussion. Our moderator would be joined by 5 other panel members. We have first Sheikh Salma Mohammed Al-Hassan, who is a member of the governing board of Ghana's National Peace Council. Ghana's National Peace Council is one of the key institutions that facilitate peace building and also prevent violence. And it will interest you to know that this organization came out of an interfaith and interreligious initiative. And we are happy to have today Sheikh Al-Hassan, who will join us for the panel discussion. Let's welcome Sheikh. We also have with us, I introduced him earlier, the Executive Director of the Sana Institute. The Sana Institute is a research-based institute that works on issues at the intersection of religion and society, promoting understanding, trust, and cooperation among religions to deal with issues that affect society in general. And we are happy to have once again Professor John Azuma to join the panel for this discussion. Also joining the panel for this session is Bai Sahib Moninda Sijji. He is a recipient of the Papa Knighthood of St. Gregory the Great. He's also the chairman and spiritual leader of Guru Nanak Nishkam Jatha. He is also the co-convener of the Peace Charter and co-president of Religions for Peace International. Sid is also recipient of the 2017 Global Thinkers Forum Award, 2016 African Interfaith Harmony Award, and also has 3 honorary doctorates from UK universities. You are welcome, Sid. We also have the Honorable Ella Gandhi, who is the granddaughter of Mahatma Gandhi, and she's also with the Gandhi Foundation, and she is also a co-president of the Religions for Peace, who will join us online to be part of the panel. You are welcome if you can hear us. Oh, okay, so we'll be taking a pre-recorded presentation from her. The other female joining the panel is Hajia Fatima Sulemana, who is an academician. He's an academic and also a national trustee of the Federation of Muslim Women Associations in Ghana. Hajia, you are welcome. Thanks to you all, and Dr. Sage, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel, for those kind introductions. And good afternoon, my assembly, Royal Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. I'm very grateful for your time. I'm told that we've got to keep the pace up, we've got to go faster, because I know whilst we've had a small fuel stop, we've got to get to lunch before lunch is taken away. So I've got to speed it up. What I'm going to do is just slightly change the order, and we're just going to kick off with our video first from Heather Gandhi, and then I'll come to some live questions before the panel, if I may. So if we can have a video, please, to start off with, that'd be fantastic. Sorry, that's the wrong video.
The second aspect is about reconciliation and forgiveness that this conference is looking at, and the Peace Charter. So in South Africa, we have looked at the reconciliation issue very deeply, because during the time of apartheid, there were lots and lots of atrocities committed. There was a lot of bitterness, and to bring about a peaceful transition, we had to look at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. In fact, in South Africa, it was the Religions for Peace chapter in South Africa that brought about this idea of reconciliation and peace. And the whole idea of having a process through which this could be attained. So part of the process was the relationship between healing, between justice, between forgiveness and reconciliation. Because all those factors have to be taken into account. You cannot, for instance, have forgiveness without healing, a process of healing. You cannot have reconciliation without looking at justice, issues of justice. So, and these issues, once they are interlinked, they are also very painful issues. And therefore, there is a need for a process. Justice and reconciliation have to go hand in hand. They are interconnected, and therefore, one needs to look at issues of justice on the one hand and reconciliation on the other hand. Equally is the question of, what reparations people would be happy with, would be prepared to accept, and would want in order to be able to forgive, and in order to be able to say, okay, we are not seeking, some punishment for the perpetrators. we are prepared to accept amnesty for the perpetrators, but on certain conditions. Now, what we see, why we say this is because what we see in South Africa, and this may be different in other countries, and there would be different methods used in other countries. But in South Africa, what happened is that the perpetrators largely accumulated a lot of resources for themselves. Funding a lot of money, they became rich at the expense of the exploitation of the oppressed people of this country. They became, they had resources built like hospitals, schools, and proper housing and so on, which they had. And the oppressed people didn't have this. So there was a huge difference between the perpetrators on the one hand and the victims on the other hand. How does one, bring about reconciliation, amnesty, forgiveness in a situation which is so diverse? And this was the major problem that we confronted in South Africa. And therefore, we had to think very seriously about regulations and what kind of regulations would actually meet the needs of the people. So this was a huge factor in our Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So, apart from all that, I think spirituality plays a huge role in accepting, to go the path of reconciliation, forgiveness, and justice, amnesty, and so on. Without having that spiritual background, people would want simply justice as you see it, the daily justice, where you see one person victim, the victim, attaining some sort of satisfaction from the punishment that the perpetrator gets. And is that when we look at our religion, when we look at spirituality, is that what should satisfy human beings? Or is there some other form, other things that satisfy human beings? For instance, transformation of the person. And this is a huge thing as well. Because when we talk about forgiveness and we talk about reconciliation, there should be remorse on the other side. There should be an acceptance that yes, what I did was wrong. There should be those factors that play a big role before forgiveness and reconciliation takes place. So in order to ensure that that takes place, one needs to be able to persuade people so that they can see that what they've done is wrong, so that they can feel the remorse. And that is often, from a spiritual perspective, we can facilitate that kind of change in a person. And when that change happens, then it's easier for people to forgive and to agree to amnesty, to agree to reconciliation. So I think those were...
Knowing that there were a number of hurdles, what did you feel were the biggest hurdle in this process? Of course, they're all equally difficult, but was there something more difficult than other things?
Well, I think the most difficult process was to convince the dictators, that they have to, admit what they did, and that they have to be remorseful about what they did. So to pursue it and to come and reveal the truth and to reveal some remorse about what they did, and in that way, the process can be successful. So I think that that was one of the most difficult tasks. We didn't entirely succeed. Many people did not come, did not speak. For instance, my son was, killed in 1993, and to this date we don't know who did it and why it was done. The case was just closed, and we were told that it was political, but that's about all people. So for us, that isn't closure. Closure can only be attained when you know that, okay, this person did it, this was the reason for them to do what they did, and that they are remorseful. And we can, forgive them, but now we don't know who to forgive. And what happened, we have no idea. So there's no closure, and that is very painful for us. And I know that I'm not the only person in this country who has had that experience. There are thousands of other people who have had the same experience and feel exactly as I do. Thank you, and I wish you all the best and success in this conference.
Very powerful remarks there for the personal example of Ella Gandhi, her own son being murdered at the time of Nelson Mandela's release, or just before Nelson Mandela's release, and not being able to get to closure. But we'll pick that up in some of the comments. I want to please now come to Sheikh Solomon Mohammed Al Hassan. Welcome. So when I was traveling to Ghana, I was looking up what is it about Ghana, what is attractive about it, what is the best things about Ghana. The first statement on the internet was Ghana is the second most peaceful country in Africa. I don't know on what scale they measured it, but this is the second most. So there's a little bit more work to do to come first. The question to your good self is, in the work that you do, where might we need to do more work? Where are we failing? What is that critical step? We've heard some of those ideas and reflections before, but we'd love to hear your perspective.
Thank you very much. I'm coming from the National Peace Council. The National Peace Council was formed with an Act of Parliament, Act 818, making it an autonomous body, even though it is under the Ministry of Interior. But the National Peace Council is autonomous, working on its own, and then its focus, as was mandated in the Act, is for it, number one, to prevent conflict where they see the simmering signs of a conflict to erupt. Secondly, to maintain peace where there is peace. Thirdly, to build upon sustainable peace so that there will always be continuous peace. Among other things, when you look at the mandate of the National Peace Council, and then you look at the country Ghana, you realize that a lot of things that have been done, which has also contributed into making Ghana the second most peaceful country in Africa is the preventive steps taken by all stakeholders, including the National Peace Council. For instance, political activism is one of, let me say, hot spots where there can always be conflict. The National Peace Council, including other civil society organizations that are working for peace, will always call on the main political actors of this country to come and sign a memorandum of understanding that they will be committed to peace before, during, and after elections. And that becomes obligatory upon them, that after the result has been declared, you have the right to seek redress if you think something has gone wrong, but you will do it within the ambit of the law. You will always seek justice through peaceful means. You are not allowed, through that commitment that you did in front of everybody, and all the channels, all the media houses, all the print media will be there when you are signing it, that you are committed to peace. This goes a long way to tell those who are even acting in politics that it is not just about you and your party, it is about the safety and peace of the country as a whole. There is another step that is also very, very important, which we are doing it is also working. That is, we used to have vigilante groups formed by the various political parties. And they are the center of every problem that you see. The National Peace Council thought it wise that since these vigilante groups are the beginning of all problems, especially politically, so let's go in for an act of parliament again that will disband all the vigilante groups. When the National Peace Council, including other CSOs, took it up, the parliament also accepted it, and then it became a law disbanding all vigilante groups. So no political party has the right to form any group that they are a vigilante group in support of that party, because they are those who are fomenting troubles whenever they are going to trouble. This is also something that the National Peace Council did, and it is working perfectly. Thirdly, we can also find that because we respect our traditional institutions a lot here, the chiefs, the queen mothers, and the religious leaders of this country are respected. So whatever the National Peace Council is doing, because all of these institutions are represented on the board of the National Peace Council, so they are those that spearhead it, and the National Peace Council is only facilitating it. When we look at Ghana, we are a religious country, a multi-religious country, because every person in Ghana will identify with a particular religion. That's how we are. So when you see your religious leader, let me say the bishop of your sect, or the imam is there, or the traditional leader is there, the chief is there, the women are sitting there, telling you we don't like anything that will jeopardize the peace of the country, definitely you know that you must also be committed to that. These are things that we can say are working perfectly for Ghana, which is giving us this level. And so we are hoping that in the near future will be the most peaceful country in the whole of Africa. Perhaps, if you are going to talk about things that are not working perfectly, as you rightly said, they are a lot. And if I should even mention just one, that is when it comes to chieftaincy disputes. The approach has been very, very difficult to solve. Currently, we are having a problem that is decades-old problem. We are trying to solve in the Upper East region of Ghana. The place is called Boko. In fact, several approaches have been adopted by the National Peace Council and other peace CSOs. We are still not getting the way clear. Because meeting the chiefs, all the parties will tell you they are committed for peace. Meeting the youth, they will tell you they are committed for peace. Everybody says we are committed for peace, but yet the peace is not attained. But what is the problem? We are still in a dilemma. We don't know. And there are other issues like that. And it may all boil down to accepting that, yes, it is time for us to stop it, whether we think we are right or we are wrong. And there is no party that is prepared to say, let's bring a stop to this. And that is where the problem is coming, and we are trying to find ways of addressing this problem. So this is maybe just one example, because there are other colleagues who also come in. Thank you.
Sheikh Simon, that's very interesting indeed. So there is trust, there must be trust of the National Peace Council, number one, because you as role models are seen to be very fair, number one, and number two, the signing of a MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding, for peaceful and just means at all points. And that only comes because they respect you and your neutral nature from the government. So, fantastic. Okay, so I'll come to Professor John Azulu. Firstly, thank you very much for hosting us from the Sana Institute. We much appreciate this. Without your support, we would not be able to have done this today. But let me start just by a question, and we had breakfast together, and you shared the example earlier on as well, that within your family, you have both Christian and Muslim family, and you share each other's religion in terms of supporting each other to complete the religion. So the question that came up in my mind is this more than tolerance because you're within a family, you see yourselves within a family because you're brothers and sisters and related, blood relatives. And was this achieved? How did you have differences within your family of religion? Was this because of conversion within the family at some point in the hierarchy? How does this reconcile with forgiveness in your faith?
Well, thank you, Brenda. It's a pleasure to be able to have this event, to be of support to this event because it's so central and it's so important for Ghana, for Africa, and for humanity. Peace is central and it's key for our existence. So, yes, and specifically about your question, yeah, Brenda is right. When we had breakfast together this morning, one of I was with Dr. Zahoun, who was sitting here as a moderator, and one of our British colleagues, actually, when he saw the two of us, he thought that I was the Muslim and Zahoun was a Christian. Because of the way I think we were dressed, and the way we sat there, we chatted together. And we said, no, I'm the Christian, he's the Muslim. But that is part of how Ghana is. And with regard to the family, as you said, tolerance. At the family level, it is not about tolerance. Tolerance is not a very good word. Tolerance is like, I don't like it, it's like having toothache. I don't like it, it's painful, but I have no choice but to do what? To tolerate it. That is not a good way to think about other people around you. That I'm just tolerating you. Because if I had the power, it means I'll get rid of you. And that is not good. At the family level, for us, tolerance is out of the way. It's about celebration. It's not about toleration. We celebrate one another, as I said, in my ordination, my family members were there. No. They were very proud. They came to celebrate one of their own who was going to be ordained as a Christian priest. That they were very proud. When my sister called me and said she was going to go on Hajj, I was elated. I was proud of her. Because in my community, when you go to Mecca and you come back, you gain some social status. You are a Hajjia, you are a Haji. I wanted my sister to become a Hajjia. So that I will also take pride that I've got a Hajjia in my family. And so it's celebration. We celebrate one another. It's more than just a toleration. And I think earlier on, when some of the speakers shared, they made reference to incoming religions or foreign religions coming in. Of course, conversion didn't take place because no African started as a Christian or a Muslim many years back. At some point in the history of the family, conversions didn't take place. And that is how come that there are Muslims and Christians and traditional believers. My grandmother was a traditional believer all her life. And she lived with us, and when she died, we buried her, performed the funeral as a traditional believer. And we were already Muslims and Christians in the family. So that is how our families live. But when it comes to the whole question of forgiveness, I think that as Christian and Muslim and other religious communities, forgiveness is a very important tool because our relationships have come to a point that if we don't learn the art of forgiveness, we cannot live together. For the simple reason that history is our mistress. When I say history is our mistress, it's because when you live together and you share common space, you are bound to have friction at some point. There's an African proverb that when you float two calabashes on the water surface, they are bound to touch each other. Because of the waves, because of the wind, and because of the currents. They are bound to touch each other at some point. So because we share common space, there are factors that are going to make us touch each other at some point, one point or another. And the only way to get out of those friction points is to learn the art of forgiveness. And thankfully, our religious traditions have got embedded in them teachings on forgiveness. And at the heart of the Christian Lord's Prayer is that forgive us our trespasses as we do what? We forgive those who trespass against us. In other words, in seeking forgiveness, you are promising to forgive. There is a promise within that seeking of forgiveness. That's the Christian Lord's Prayer that every Christian has to recite. So that is a very important part, a resource, a value that we have that we cannot ignore. And talking about reconciliation, without forgiveness, you can't have reconciliation. You can't have reconciliation. Justice is important. But forgiveness, as the Peace Charter says in one of its principles, forgiveness is offering. It's an offer. You make an offering. And when you are waiting to get the justice before you make the offering, sometimes the justice doesn't come. But you need to make the offering in order to free yourself and to free the other party. And forgiveness therefore becomes an essential offering, an important offering that you make in order to free yourself. Because when you harbor unforgiveness, the bitterness, the anger, the hatred that we talked about earlier, it becomes a corrosive force in your own life that eats you up. And it begins to eat the family up. It eats communities up. And it becomes a source of pain. If you look at many communities that have been oppressed around the world, just cast your eyes around, who have gone through that pain and have not had a chance to let that pain go. The pain and the hatred and the violence begin to consume that community from within. And violence are very common amongst oppressed communities, within the same communities. Because when you harbor hatred for too long, it's going to turn on you as a matter of time. So those are some of the things that we think that is very essential. And as I said, we are talking about peace. There can be no peace without reconciliation. And there can be no reconciliation without forgiveness. So at the end of the day, forgiveness is a key. And I like what the peace chapter says in one of the principles, that forgiveness is in our hands. It is within our means. We don't have to wait for someone to help us to forgive. It is within us. If we choose to forgive, we can make it happen. And that's why we pray, that when we commit to forgive and to reduce hatred and fear and pain in society, then we can work towards peaceful communities. Thank you very much.
Professor Don, thank you very much. Very powerful words. But I also note down the African proverb that you shared as well. When you float two coloured baskets on the lake, they are bound to touch. I love that very much, and it's a great example. I said, if I may come to Archie. I said, we've had the pleasure over many years to travel across the globe to many conferences, all over the globe, including the United Nations. And RG will reflect that perhaps if we go back 20 years, the word forgiveness, whilst it's been in the vocabulary of our collective spiritual wisdom for centuries, it wasn't a part of the vocabulary for reconciliators. And over the last few years, it's become a vocabulary by a lot of the examples Archie have been sharing. What are Archie's reflections in this space?
Thank you very much. First of all, it's a privilege and an honor to be here in Ghana, a peaceful place. And it is also an honor to be sitting here. If there are 80 participants, each one is a divine spark. In the eyes of God, we are all equal. All equal. There's no difference. We are made of 5 elements. There's water, there's air, there's earth, there's fire, and there's a spirit we also call soul. That soul is the same for each and everybody here. And within the scriptures we are informed, that soul is actually God Himself. So God is not out there, He's also within us. So, created in God's image, who is ever forgiving, He never gets tired of forgiving. We have to emulate God's characteristics, and He has given us infinite potential to forgive. Sometimes we are not aware of it. We have to be sensitized and reminded of it. So forgiveness is so important within families, within the community, within the society, within the nation. Because without that, you will be continuously in conflict. So we are very happy that this word, forgiveness, is now being used internationally, I find. This word that was mentioned, tolerance. I think this word came about when they formed the United Nations, that we should tolerate people. But it is demeaning. Do we tolerate our families? Do we tolerate our mothers? No. We accept, then we respect, and furthermore we go and sacrifice for the other. So the word tolerance is a little demeaning. So the vocabulary, as we are becoming a global village, is changing for the better. We are realizing that we are one humanity. We are one people, that God has created everybody different. This is a natural phenomenon. If humanity comprises of 8 million people, no two people are alike. And one feels so happy and humbly proud that God created everybody unique, and we should retain that unique and distinct identity, but we should respect others' identity as well. So, forgiveness is essential if you want to live peace. It is a divine legacy of humanity. We should all claim and courageously enact it in our lives. In our challenging times of conflict, violent extremism, war, death, destruction, unbearable pain, suffering and grief, forgiveness offers a consoling and soothing light of hope. Forgiveness is a process of both giving and receiving. We are lesser of human beings when we do not forgive. For God, who is the most forgiving and ever forgiving, has created us in His image. And we should emulate His practice. We know that God never gets tired of forgiving. Without forgiveness, any notion of rehabilitative healing and justice is incomplete. Forgiveness allows not the past of the past to dictate the path of the future. Forgiveness nullifies revenge and is the most welcome quest for restoration and healing of wounded human beings. Forgiveness and reconciliation are vital to achieve sustainable peace between individuals and communities, so very much and urgently needed.
Thank you so much, Vice FD. We are, after you say, we are lesser of human beings if we don't learn to forgive. Thank you. I'm going to come to Hajia Fatima Salamani. Forgive my pronunciation. We're very, very glad to have you here. Can I please ask you, on your reflections, and as the only female in this audience, maybe I can ask you a tougher question about how is Ghana doing in gender equality, and where does forgiveness sit within that as a faith or as a secular society? Sorry, you may not have expected that question. It wasn't on the agenda.
Thank you very much. I'm most grateful to be part of this important gathering. And as a Muslim woman, I think that Ghana has come a long way as far as issues of women are concerned. And for me, we are not doing too bad. It was in the past, we may not see a lot of women here, but the women have made themselves relevant and have raised issues about inclusivity, that women wanted to be included in whatever affects society, because as we all know, women form half of every society, if not even more. And so whatever we do or are able to do affects every society. And so as far as Ghana is concerned, we have come a long way to a point where we have the ministry for women and children affairs, where there is a deliberate policy to want to bring issues of women to the fore. And then as a Muslim woman, for a long time, we were relegated to the background in many issues. But that gradually, when Muslim women came to realize that it is society that has relegated to the background, but not Islam. And so we realized that we needed to go back to the basics, which is the Quran and the Sunnah of the Prophet, and to see what role it has assigned to the women. And then we realized that as Khalifas, as the viceroys of God, we are accountable to God as individuals. And so as women, we also needed to relate to God in the way men relate to God. And so we came together, formed groups, and as we educated ourselves to appreciate what it means to be a Muslim, we realized that indeed we play a very crucial role in the society, and for society to enjoy peace and forgiveness, women play a central role. Because at the basic level of every society, we play the key role at the formative years of when values are inculcated in children. And so this issue of forgiveness for me is a necessary condition for reconciliation. And without reconciliation, there can never be peace. And so, as Prof mentioned the proverb, there's another proverb that says that come and let's sit means come and let's fight. And so what it means is that as long as two people meet, there are bound to be conflict. And so that's why there are values within the various religions, traditional society, Islam and Christianity, that is to ensure that when the conflicts come about, there are ways by which you can make amends. And one of the key issues is forgiveness. And for me, if you are a human being and you cannot forgive each other, what you are indirectly saying is that you don't make mistakes. And that is a sign of arrogance. Because we say to err is human. And so as long as you are a human being, you make mistakes. And when you make mistakes, you should be humble enough to appreciate and accept the fact that indeed you have made a mistake. And so that is where the role of the woman at the family level comes to play. What kind of values are we inculcating in our children as far as forgiveness is concerned? And so between the husband and the wife, when you wrong each other, are you humble enough to accept that you have wronged the other and ask for forgiveness? Or it's about the man, it's about I have married you, I am the man, so I call the shots, I will make mistakes. And so when you do so, you are indirectly inculcating these kind of values into the children. And so, and what happens at the family level is what permeates the larger society. And so women play a very important role in Islam. And for some time now, women in Ghana have stood to be counted, and we also have contributed significantly to the peace that Ghana is enjoying today by the very rules that we play at the family level, which permeates the larger society.
Thank you very much. I've just noted, and I'm just repeating now because it leads on to the next point, and I want to draw on the session before. Women play a very key role in inculcating values particularly for children at a very young age, provide the best role models. Okay, thank you very much. On that point, I'm going to come out to the audience in a moment to get some reflections, but just before we move on, there was a comment made in the earlier session when we discussed peace building and the purposeful nature of education that is required, whether it's role modeling at a very young age or whether it's in school. Currently, in many curricula around the world, it is accidental, it's not purposeful. And depending on the society that we live in, it can be almost absent. I just want to relate a story that I met accidentally on the plane over here, a Ghanaian who lived in the UK, moved back to Ghana because he felt that the society which his children were being brought up with, actually they were not coming out with values that were purposeful for the country. So he's actually moved back. And many Ghanaians have moved back to Ghana from the UK. That says a lot about the UK currently. But I just want to pick up on this point because Baiserji, with this vision in mind, started some schools, government-funded schools, to inculcate values and peacefulness. And we have a small video, which is only 3 or 4 minutes long, of a child having a reflection on this. So if we can share the YouTube link, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Hey everybody, so you have opened your passports onto a certain page, and then you tell me which page you're looking at today. Peacefulness. Okay, now we talk about peacefulness in the classroom all the time, don't we? We talk about being quiet, making sure we're doing our work peacefully, walking through the corridors peacefully. But when we talk about peace on a bigger scale, okay, and we've been doing this recently quite a lot, we've been talking about peace versus conflict. Can you tell me, what do you understand by conflict? You can explain what they understand by conflict. Kira? Nice and loud for me so I can hear you.
I think conflict is like physically trying to or build disagreements on everything, like what everyone says.
Absolutely. So you've broken it down into 2 strands there, haven't you? You've broken it down into disagreements on a daily basis between individuals, or it could be physical fighting, a conflict in that way. Okay, Lachante, so you've written a prayer. It looks beautiful. How did you come up with this prayer?
So I used my passport and I went to the peaceful section and I read it and I've used it into my report.
So Kira, can you tell me what you're doing at the moment?
I'm writing a prayer for everyone involved in the conflict of Russia trying to take over Ukraine, because some people in Russia actually don't want the war, and on the other hand, Ukraine are having to suffer because of that. So we're writing prayers to both sides.
Okay, so what sort of things are you going to include in your prayer? What do you want to pray for?
So I'm going to put a repetition poem.
What sort of things are you going to start with? So, what are you praying for?
So I'm going to put God is with you, God is by your side.
That is lovely. That is so reassuring for those people. I love that. I love that. Do you think that how they are trying to resolve the conflict through war is correct? Okay, what do you think it would be a better solution?
I think the better solution would be that the leader of Russia should stop and just take some time to consider what he's actually doing, because sometimes you can act and you don't actually mean what you do or say. So I think the leader just needs time to consider what
and the peace that is needed to resolve here. Absolutely, that is literally the answer. Thank you very much.
Because the final cry
try not to worry, there is no need to hide. God will keep you safe, just try your best to shine. Together we will succeed and wipe away the lease and crime. I pray to both Russia and Ukraine, none of them want the war. Together we will ensure that harmony can be lived in more. Dear God, please answer my prayers.
Thank you very much. So that was an example of 8-year-old children having the vocabulary of virtues brought to the forefront, nurtured, not taught, just nurtured and brought to the fore by the skill of the teacher, because it was purposeful within the curriculum. And so, getting down to it and asked to the first panel, the plan or the example that Vice have given for those schools is to actually have virtues vocabulary and Vice's vocabulary as a decision-making tool for children from a very young age. And it's amazing how they responded. Thank you for that. So I'm going to come out to the floor. We've got a few hands up, and we've got a mic there. But I just want to come to Peter Brooks for me, Dr. Peter Brooks. Peter, if you could put your hand up so the mic could come to you. Peter, can I just ask for your reflection, and it's partly leading on from the video as well, how do you think we can involve more young people into peace and reconciliation?
I'm Secretary of Birmingham Council of Faith, so can I say first of all, my colleagues send their prayers and blessings for what we're doing today. And I've been to that Nishcam school several times, and I'm really so impressed with the values and the skill that those children are taught. Now, it is so important that if we want to break this intergenerational cycle of conflict and tension, that we involve young people in that. Right now, I'm wearing this scarf. Okay, I work with Scouts, and we have Scouts in every single country in the world, with the exception of 6, and every country in sub-Saharan Africa. Okay, now I work particularly with the Scout of the World Award. And the Scout of the World Award involves 18 to 25-year-olds, and it is based on peace, sustainable development, and the environment. And young people who are discovering, and then they go off and do a project. Okay, and that project is about action. You know, it is about doing something along one of those themes, and then they get the award at the end of it. The second thing I want to mention is the More in Common badge. Now, I initiated the More in Common badge personally in Birmingham because it was dedicated to my late wife, Jean, because we worked together. You know, we were married for 40 years, we worked together for 25 of those. And the More in Common Foundation is part of the Joe Cox Foundation, and you may or may not know that Joe Cox was a Member of Parliament in the UK who made this maiden speech in the House of Commons about we have more in common than that which separates us. And that marked something very important for me. Okay, because Birmingham actually is a marvellous city, and I live there out of choice, because it is multicultural, it is multi-faith, and I would suggest that probably next to Leicester, you know, it is the most multicultural, multi-faith city in Europe. And it's certainly the youngest city in Europe in terms of the ratio of young people to older people. Now, the More in Common badge is about young people carrying out an activity or a number of activities, depending on their age, which engages with people who are different from themselves. So it may be different in terms of their faith, their ethnicity, or it may be somebody who's disabled, and so forth. That's what it's all about. And in the 2 years since I brought this badge into being, you know, we have awarded 1,200 badges, okay, and we continue to do that. And I personally sponsor it. And then the third thing that I want to mention is the UPF. UPF is the Universal Peace Federation, which started in Korea, and it's about bringing the two parts of Korea together, but it's extended well beyond that. And it is about, again, that same theme of bringing people together, working for peace, all these things we've been talking about, understanding, engagement, and support. And we have youth ambassadors for peace. And in Birmingham recently, those youth ambassadors for peace, and these were young people from different faiths, different ethnicities, who built a peace garden in Small Heath. And I'm so proud of that. Now, so my final point is, if we really want to make a change, we have to work with young people. And as you were saying earlier on, when we were looking at the Nishkam, this is when attitudes are formed, and those attitudes stay with people. And we need to engage with young people to a greater extent perhaps than we are now. Because I've only heard young people mentioned a few times during our discussion so far. We've had some brilliant discussions, and I'm really inspired and impressed with everything that's been said. But we must engage with young people if we want to make a change in the future. One final thing. As part of the Scotland Road Award, I go to Belfast every year. Okay, and those of you who are familiar with the UK will know that Belfast is Northern Ireland, where there's been conflict for almost 100 years since Northern Ireland was formed between Christian Catholics and Christian Protestants. When I meet those young people, 18 to 25-year-olds, they say, we don't want to hear about the troubles. And we listen to my granddad talks about the troubles, we don't want to hear about the troubles. We want to move on. And they are very positive in the way they look on. So please, let's engage with young people.
Thank you very much, Peter. We've got a question at the back there, and just Peter, so hello. Just from Peter, we want to make sure that we're not prisoners of our past, is what you're saying. Thank you. And so when we come out to floor, we've only got time for a few questions. So just keep your questions quite short if you could. Thank you.
Hello, greetings once again. My name is Hector Wolf, a journalist. I want to quote from one of your panelists. Forgiveness is essential if we want to make peace. I would want to throw light on this. If the triggering factors that fights against peace persists, will the forgiveness have an elastic point? Will there be a breaking point if the triggering factors persist? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we've got a question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Kausa, once again, a member of the Ghana Muslim Students Association. A lot of the discourse has been about justice, healing, reconciliation, and the rest. But I didn't hear any mention of trust, because when there are perpetrators here and there and you want to bring them together, if they don't trust each other, I don't think that will work. So I don't know how you can bring a perspective of trust in the discourse. Secondly, with regards to punishment of the perpetrators, sometimes what I've noticed is that in our local context, if we treat perpetrators with justice and forgiveness, it doesn't actually neutralize them, it rather gives them more space to do more of the things that they are actually doing. And there are evidences of that in our daily lives as we know it. So if the panel can speak to that, I'll be very grateful. And finally, with regards to self-defense, if someone is approaching you with violence and you are going to say, calm down, at the end of the day, you will die and the person will keep on doing that thing. So these are the three things I would like to be addressed. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to take this one final point just there at the back, and I'm going to come back to the panel if I may.
Thank you very much. My name is Ernest Asigui. I'm from Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic Council. The issue of forgiveness, reconciliation, and peace building will not be if the media, I am happy that this forum is being organized by a media house that is celebrating 10 years of work. I think that the shaping of society is not only the responsibility of the family. Today, the media landscape has changed so much so that young people are not only looking up to their parents for the value system they are supposed to imbibe in them, but they now look up to the media, especially modern media, social media. So whatever is a reflection in our social media is what the young people will imbibe. And I think that focus should be on the media and what role the media can play.
Thank you very much.
Shaping
Thank you very much.
Value of forgiveness.
Thank you very much. It was the point at the back that I wanted to take, unfortunately, sir, but we'll take, if you make it short, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
I'm Corey Hyatt from Jamaica. And as we look at how young people figure in the context of reconciliation, right, and how to alleviate conflict, my question is, where does restorative justice falls in all of it? Are we introducing the pathway of restorative justice to the young people, channeled through the media, of course, and through the agencies and advocate for peace and reconciliation?
Okay.
So that's my question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to come back to the panel and feel free to tackle any parts of those questions. Some of those areas were going backwards. Where does restorative justice fall? What is the importance of media? What responsibility does the media have? How do we build trust? And where does that kind of fit in terms of the perpetrators receiving justice, trust versus justice? And then persisting triggering factors, breaking the possibility of sustainable peace and the forgiveness process. So those were the key points. But let me come to you, Sheikh, first, if I may.
I think I'll begin with trust. Because trust is the trump card that the National Peace Council of Ghana is using. The people have trust in that institution. And so it has actually played a very important role. Wherever the council goes, all the parties will accept the council because they know this is a council that is neutral. It does not take sides, and whatever it is going to say is not because they like your face or they hate your face. That trust is also what is lacking in a lot of conflicts. That is why you will find one party not prepared to forgive. Because perhaps it has happened before, they forgive and then it's repeated. Recently, there was a queen mother that was annexed in one of our regions in the eastern region. On the peace day, she was annexed because of her role in bringing peace to Akomofi, a place in the eastern region. This queen mother was annexed because she had the trust of those that she had problem with. They trusted her. So one party, which is led by another queen mother with the name Love, decided that with this, she is going to stop the litigation that has been between them for decades. And it is all based on trust. Trust is something that if we are able to build in our relationship with one another, it is going to yield a lot of positive results. For instance, in our children upbringing, if we inculcate in them that spirit of always being trustworthy. The other knows that when they speak, they are going to go by what they say. Forgiving and reconciling becomes very, very easy. But sometimes the one to forgive is thinking, you will forgive him, but something else will happen after this. If that is it, we are not going to forgive. And it has also been a very difficult situation for our institution working, because there is a lot of suspicion between the parties that are involved in the, they don't trust each other. So I think trust is very, very paramount when we are going to talk about forgiveness and then reconciliation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor John.
Thank you very much. I want to respond briefly to the issue of when the triggering factors continue persist, how will forgiveness work? I think that's a very, very important question. And again, as a Christian, there was this question that Jesus was asking the Bible. How many times should I forgive when somebody sins against me? Is 7 times enough? And Jesus replied, no. 77 times 7 times. 70. Well, the point that Jesus is making is that you can't sit down and count 77 times 7. And I think the point here is that as long as human beings remain in a broken state, we are going to keep stepping on each other's toes. And we cannot stop forgiving. If we stop forgiveness, then we're going to end each other's lives. And therefore, forgiveness is not something that if you understand forgiveness, it's not something that is dependent on the other party. It depends on you. Now, and some people also think that forgiveness is a sign of weakness. And I beg to differ. My old man used to teach us in the family. And my father was a very, very interesting character. He insisted in our family that a man or a boy should never hit a girl in his family. A boy should not hit a girl. And my father will add that the manly thing to do when you are provoked is not to lash out. When you lash out, it's a sign of weakness inside you. The manly thing to do is to walk away. It is tougher to walk away. It is easy to lash out. And so it's only weak people who lash out. It is the tough ones who bite their tongue and walk away. And you know what? Our sisters took advantage of that. They took advantage. And they will come and stand in front of you and provoke you. And shake their bodies. They tell you, touch me and see. If you're a man, touch me and see. And you bite your tongue, and you bite your lips, and you bite your lips. And you shake your head, and you walk away. Because that's what a man should do. My old man is no longer here, so you can go and do what you think is right. That has helped some of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor John. And Vice Secretary, would you like to respond to any of those questions?
I'm going to try and see how we can understand anger and revenge. It's very important. Anger is a normal human emotion. Somebody does something wrong, you feel bad and you say, you shouldn't do this. But if you do not let go of anger, and you want to now cause harm to the other, it turns into revenge. So there's a difference between between anger and revenge. And revenge will consume you before it consumes the other. It's a very dangerous thing, this revenge. Retaliation, extremism is bad, but retaliation to extremism is another form of extremism. We have to be careful. We have a verse in our sacred scripture which I want to quote here. It goes like this. It is attributed to Kabir, who was a Muslim Sufi, and his writings are encapsulated in the 6 scriptures. It goes like this. Kabira, where there is wisdom, there is religious faith or dharma, as we prefer to call it. Where there is wisdom, there is religious faith. Now, there is a difference between intellect and wisdom. Wisdom is divine, and you get wise by getting a connection, establishing a connection with God. Reading the scriptures and practicing religion every day, day in, day out. There are no holidays. And you become wise. Where there is wisdom, there is religious faith. Where there is deceit and lies and dishonesty, there is sin. Where there is greed and exploitation, there is famine, death and destruction. And where there is forgiveness, there is God Himself. The shortest route to get nearer to God is through forgiveness. So it is a very, very powerful human emotion. This is why we say we must forgive. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor G. Joanne, may I come to you? Would you like to pick up on any points that were made?
Yes, I just wanted to add what one of the participants has mentioned, that if you want to change the world, you must work with the young ones. And looking at the video that we watched, and some of the expression of children aged 8, 7, and 6. And so it tells you that these younger ones are the hope for the kind of society we want to see in future. Or if at this age they can appreciate what is happening even between Ukraine and Russia. So it tells you that yes, they are young children, but when we inculcate certain values into them that will bring about peace in future, they would understand. And so I share the fact that the family level plays a very critical role, and that the issue about trust as parents, how do we exhibit trust among ourselves? Does the husband trust his wife? Does the wife trust the husband? And the trust between us is what we translate into what our children become. I remember I was talking to Sharon, I was saying that all this issue about forgiveness, it's about injustice. It's about injustice. And we don't, if you feel cheated, how do you trust the other? And so even at the family level, if you are a father and you have a responsibility, you promise your children, I'll do this for you, it never happens. It's a sign of mistrust. And so with time, children feel the father, they may not confront you and tell you that, well, we don't believe that. They just watch you. But what you are indirectly inculcating into them, it is possible to promise a faith. You say it and don't act according to it. And so they grow with it, and for them that's the norm in the family. But if you are in a family where when your father says something, he acts according to what he has said. The mother says this and she does it. The children grow to realize that in my family, when you say something, you live by your words. And so that is how we can change the world. If we want to change the world, we must come back to the root, which is the family level. And the values we want to permeate society must be seen being practiced at the basic unit of the society, where the father and mother and children can have conflicts. They can sit down and resolve it. The one who has wronged the other, it's not like you are the elder, you are the younger one, even though the younger one is the one who has been cheated, but he is enforced to apologize when it should be the other way around. But if you can humble, we can come instill that kind of humility at the family level. Whoever has wronged the other must apologize, irrespective of whether you are the elders or not. Then we are getting it at the family level. So such people grow, and it's easy to accept that they have wronged the other, and then they ask for forgiveness, and they will be forgiven. And that is how we can build a peaceful society.
I'd like to draw this panel session to a close. We are running short of time, but let me take time to really pay our gratitude to your excellencies for your wisdom and your experience in sharing it. Particularly, I want to say the National Peace Council, the example you're setting at a policy level is phenomenal, and other countries need to follow it. Professor John, you've given us examples of how forgiveness, which is stated in the Peace Charter itself, how that applies to daily life, and how you've shared Jesus' examples that in many ways are replicated in every faith. So thank you for that. And Paisabji, as the inspiration behind the Peace Charter, you've shared the deeper understanding and thinking of God Himself being present where there is forgiveness, and our connection, how we as individuals can deepen our connection with God through forgiveness. And Haja, you shared very understandably the importance of motherhood and familyhood in nurturing what is innate in our children to be the building blocks of society. So thank you very much, and we'll move on to the next panel.
I think we can applaud them again as they take their seats. And thanks to you too very much, Dr. C, for moderating the session for us. A lot of wisdom, a lot of thoughts shared with us. I have learned a lot, and I believe you've also done the same to take with you. Thanks to you once again, all our panel members, and thanks to you also for the inputs and the comments, questions that you brought up. We are very grateful. So gradually we are getting to the end of the program, but before we get to end, we have two more important things to do. We are pleased to have a representative of Ghana's Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs with us, and he will bring us greetings from the minister, and then after that we'll take our declaration. So let us welcome Mr. Evans Habada, who is a director at the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, who is representing the minister. You are welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, the House. Good afternoon. It's a privilege to stand here in the stead of my minister, who is indisposed now, and I'm standing in his stead to give a short remarks on his behalf. The Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs is very grateful to the organizers for making us part of this very important conference. The conference of the team introducing the Peace Charter for Forgiveness and Reconciliation to Africa. It could not have been organized at a better and a demanding time like this. It is an undeniable fact that the world is experiencing an unprecedented violence and conflicts, the cause of which mostly are ethnic, religious, interstate conflicts, genocide, civil wars, systematic abuses, interfaith and interreligious tensions, and sheer out of terrorism that have undoubtedly defiled the peace of the world and brought untold hardship, security, and suffering at almost every community of the world. Mr. Chairman, as human beings created from one source, our needs are the same, and that we belong to the religion A and B. Our instincts for religious freedom, freedom of expression, and quest of life essentials such as education, health, and security are the same. And it does not matter whether we belong to the majority or the minority. We must have the intuition of wanting to wish for our fellow human beings on the other side the best we wish for ourselves. The unwillingness to discharge of our rights and obligations in communities across the world has bred intolerance, extremism, violent agitations, and conflicts and oppressions. And this has brought untold hardship upon the world. The world is not at peace with itself because many have subsumed the rights of others, which has created deep-seated anger among victims of human rights abuses. We need awareness creation, conferences such as today, to push the advocacy on quest for peace. You bear with me that with all the panel discussions, the main focus was on peace, and that will help us to live in harmony. Mr. Chairman, Ghana is one of the luckiest countries in the world where we can say we are a model of religious tolerance in the world. I could remember that when I was in my university, my roommates, we are from different religious backgrounds, and we are able to coexist. Even in my current office, I share office with my other brother who is from other religious faith, and we tend to coexist. Diverse religious groups, including Muslims, Christians, African religion, and other foreign religions, have lived together in peace. However, in spite of this very good relationship that exists among religious groups in Ghana, there's a need to deepen the peaceful coexistence among the diverse religious faithfuls in the country. Relationships that engendered peace must be grown from strength to strength. For any lapse in such relations can be leveraged upon by belligerent individuals and groups to destroy the hard-won cordial relationships established through decades of efforts through peaceful coexistence of various religions in Ghana. On this note, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to commend the organizers of this August event for this initiative. The President and then the Minister of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs of Ghana is happy to be part of this collaboration to ensure that we deepen religious understanding in the country in order to deepen mutual respect and tolerance among diverse religious groups. It is my fervent hope that such symposium will be organized across the group for both religious majorities and minorities in order to ensure that diverse religious groups live in peace and harmony. This will contribute immensely to the achievement of the peace needed for sustainable development in this country. And it's my prayer that we keep on living in peace and harmony. Thank you.
Thank you too very much, and kindly extend our appreciation to the Minister, and we are grateful for your collaboration and support in these activities that we do. So now the curtain is gradually getting to be drawn down, and on behalf of Phoenix, on behalf of Gura, Nanak, Nishkam, Sevat, Jata, on behalf of Religions for Peace International, and on behalf of the Sana Institute, we would like to say a very big thank you to all of you for coming to have this conversation with us. And we believe that we have learned a lot and would want to pick it with us. And on your behalf too, I would also like to say a very big thank you to the 4 organizations for putting this together. If you agree, then let's applaud them for putting all together. And it could also not have happened without our resource persons, the panel members and our moderators. So once again, we would like to say a very big thank you to our resource persons. We also appreciate the media from different media sessions who are here with us. We are very grateful, and we trust that you pick up the message and then spread it further. Before we end, we have said a lot, and we have also made some commitments. Just to summarize all that we have said and all that we have committed to, we have put together what we call the declaration on introduction of peace, of the Peace Charter, based on all what we have said and discussed here. So I would want to read it out, and if it represents what you think and how you feel, then we welcome it with applause. And then we invite our panel members to, on our behalf, append their signatures to it, just to indicate that those of us who have gathered here, this is what we have discussed, this is what we declare, and this is what we commit ourselves to. So let me now read what we have put together now, the Accra Declaration on the Introduction of the Peace Charter for Forgiveness and Reconciliation. We, the participants attending the conference on introducing the Peace Charter for Forgiveness and Reconciliation to Africa in Accra, held on September 29, 2022, cognizant of the reality that the world is witnessing an increased perpetuation of violence through various forms of conflict, acts of terrorism, and ethno-religious tension. Realizing that interstate conflict, genocide, civil war, systematic abuse, interreligious and intra-religious tension, sheer acts of terrorism have undoubtedly disrupted the peace of the world and brought untold suffering and insecurity to many communities in the globe. Conscious of the fact that in the midst of these acts of violence, peace is becoming harder to attain and an essential requirement for the progress of every human society across the world, appreciating the fact that no sustainable peace can be achieved without genuine forgiveness and reconciliation, having engaged ourselves with the Peace Charter for Forgiveness and Reconciliation, and understood the vision of the Charter, hereby declare that 1. The Peace Charter for Forgiveness and Reconciliation contains an enduring strategy and guide for securing sustainable peace that should be endorsed by all peace-loving people. 2. That the Charter serves as a guideline document that opens the minds of peace-searching individuals and communities and guides our collective effort to seek justice, harmony, and sustainable peace. 3. That the Charter has inspired us to recommit to the practice of compassion, mercy, kindness, love, forgiveness, and reconciliation, and to positively reshape our destinies. 4. The main themes in the Charter have rekindled our desire and consciousness to be fair, just, and considerate to one another, irrespective of creed, religion, culture, gender, or race. And this is rooted in the awareness that we all belong to one human family. 5. The spirit and letter of the Peace Charter resonate with realities of the process of securing sustainable peace for individuals, communities, and nations. 6. We commit to return to our diverse communities and nations to explain the purpose and vision of the Peace Charter to make the earth a truly peaceful place to live. Thank you. If this represents our thoughts and what we would all want to declare, then let us affirm it with some applause. Thank you for affirming it. And so now I would like to invite all our panelists to on our behalf append their signatures to it so that it becomes our official declaration. So I would want to invite all our panel members to join me here on stage. Yes, please. To one after the other append your signatures to the declaration. And then after that, we'll later share with all participants.
Thank you. Yes.
This one, I don't trust this one. This one is for decoration.
Oh, am I supposed to write in capital? No, I've done small letters.
Your pen is not black, but it's red.
Many thanks to all of you, our panel members. And whilst they take the photograph, I'll give some quick announcement. We will take a word from Jonathan, and then after that we will have our closing prayer. One to be said, a Muslim prayer to be said by Sheikh Salman Muhammad Al-Hassan, and then another to the Christian prayer to be said by Father Lazarus Anondi, who is the Secretary General of the National Catholic Secretariat. And then after that, we'll take our group photograph.
Good afternoon all. Thank you very much for your patience, and I hope you are enjoying the conference so far. So before we break for lunch, we do need to do a few things, and as you rightfully pointed out, the group photo is one of them. So the first one we're going to do is we're going to have a group photo, and as you can see, our lovely staff have set up the area over there. And what we will do is we will have an entire photo with the conference together. So that's the first thing that will take place after we have finished on this part. After the photo, when you make your way out, our ushers will ask you for your name. And when you give them your name, they shall give you your golden ticket or your invite to the gala tomorrow. So as soon as you've done the group photo, you've walked out the door, our lovely ushers at the back there, you can see, will do that for you. So make sure you do that. And most importantly, whilst they're doing that, you will receive another golden ticket, which is your lunch card. So as you get your invite, you'll get this little lunch token, and you can take that lunch token and you should be able to enjoy your much needed break. And that's it for me. So now we'll head off to the next part.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thanks to Jonathan and your team and for all the logistical arrangements. On behalf of all the participants, many thanks to Phoenix and your team. Yeah, God bless you. So we'll take the Muslim prayer from Sheikh, and then after that, Father Lazarus would also give us the Christian prayer.
Let us pray. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. Allah, we thank you. You are the first and nothing comes before you. You are the last, nothing will exist after you. You are the obvious, nothing is known like you. You are the closest, nothing is closer than you are. We thank you that you've taken us through this very important conference. We are dispersing from this place. Guide our thoughts, guide our movements, guide whatever we are going to do after this place, so that the communique will be something that we are going to put into practice. You are the owner of peace. You are peace. Peace comes from you, and unto you peace returns. Give us peace in the whole world. We are praying that wherever there is any conflict, O Allah, put there peace that is coming from you. We are also praying that those who have gathered here, as we disperse from here, take each and every one safely to our various destinations. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. Thank you.
My dear brothers and sisters, in addition to what my dear brother Sheikh Salman, the intentions that he has mentioned for us to pray for, I would like us also to pray that God will make each and every one of us bearers of peace, forgiveness, and reconciliation. And that we begin this exercise in our families, in our communities, and wherever we find ourselves. May we be torch-bearers of peace, forgiveness, and reconciliation. May God remain with us. May He give us the grace to be the bearers of peace, forgiveness, and reconciliation. Amen.
Thank you all very much, and we would now want to take the group photograph. Then we go for lunch and hopefully see you again tomorrow at the dinner.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If you would like to make your way over to the left-hand side over here, we will then take our group photo. Members of the press, I would like to just say that the Phoenix News team will be the ones who will gladly take our photo today, and they will share it with you, Ken. So can we only have the Phoenix News team taking the photo? Thank you.
So just to say that the session on the Peace Charter is the one that is ending now, but the rest of the Phoenix Anniversary Conference continues after lunch, please.
Yes. Okay, you're going to make that.
For the interview.
smile. I want everybody to say 89 and be happy. Oh, stop it. Big smiles, guys. Yeah, that's that. Brilliant.
Thank you very much for everyone. We'll see you back in here in 1 hour. In 1 hour's time. Thank you.
So to re-emphasize again that in 1 hour time, we'll be coming back to continue the Phoenix anniversary program.
No problem. Take care.
the phone with care.
Idea.
Hello, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. No, we are starting now. No. The next 5 minutes. Ma'am? Yeah, exactly. Thank you. No. No, the room is full. Yes, I am.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, we're on, we're live.
No. Sirs, moms, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Phoenix Newspaper's 10th anniversary conference with our partners, the Nishkan Center and the Peace Charter for Forgiveness and Reconciliation. We are proud and privileged and humbled to celebrate our 10th anniversary. But we are even more proud to unveil our new foundation here in beautiful Ghana.
Hello.
Please put your hands together for the Phoenix Africa. But enough from me. Let's let our work do the talking as we watch our video that we prepared especially for you today.
Now, after
Thank you. Technical glitches. So we'd just like to play this video. So if you just take a
I thought the same thing when I heard it.
From Nigeria to Ghana to South Africa and beyond, all in the pursuit of connecting communities and inspiring the next generation.
Africa is a very big place, and Africa, that culture of hospitality.
We are looking to create jobs and to give children and young people across the continent a voice in a free and accessible publication for all.
It's nice that I just talking about culture and traditions. Beauty of Africa, their things, featuring people, events, and places.
With the help and support of government, business, and individuals, we hope to produce a publication that is created by Africans, about Africa, and for Africa, forging ahead with positivity.
The oriented vision, the connecting the people, and reaching to the new generation. So we want to use our medium, this medium to reach out to the world to get to know what we do.
The Phoenix newspaper is proud that it is made in Africa and can see such a bright future ahead for the region, which is why we are proud to unveil to you all the Phoenix Africa.
So please put your hands again together as we unveil Phoenix Africa. Thank you very much. Now we're going to bring on the team that makes it all happen. So again, if you, I know you just wrapped up twice now in the last 5 seconds, but if you'd like to put your hands, give an even bigger cheer for the team. So I'm going to hand over now to Alex, who is going to talk a little bit about himself.
Thank you very much, Alex. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Standing on the existing protocol, my name is Dr. Alex Akwezi. I'm the Operation Manager of Phoenix Africa. Phoenix Africa is a child that was giving birth today, that is giving birth today. We started Phoenix. We first had Phoenix, Nigeria, which was launched in Birmingham, United Kingdom in 2017. And it was unveiled by the Oni of Ife, Ile-Ife, co-chaired by Dr. Mrs. Reverend Mother Esther Ejai Abimbola. And it was such a great event. And within that period, the Oni of Ife, in his remark, he said, "This magazine is just too rich, and it will be selfish for Nigeria alone to own Phoenix, Nigeria." And that he would advise that this should be meant for Africa at large. And to the glory of God, we are all sitting here today to celebrate Phoenix, Africa. It's such a news, it's such a magazine. It's such a magazine that is positive oriented. It affects life, it affects community positively, and the most important of it all is free of charge. And this is what makes it look unique among other magazines we have ever seen. And I just want to encourage us to give support to this magazine because the team are really on their feet and ready to do the needful to make sure that every part of Africa is affected positively by Phoenix Africa. And I can assure you the best is yet to come. Thank you very much. I invite you to support us and to stand by us as we carry on with Phoenix Africa. Thank you very much. God bless.
I'd like to invite our next main member of the team, Julian.
Good afternoon, Ghana. Nana Makawa. Alright, nice one. As the magazine, as you see this magazine, as Alex said, it's for free. But we are going to use this magazine to raise funds to support poverty, orphanage, and people in Ghana here now. We have so many orphanage homes that need support. So I'm not going to have any amount. But I'm going straight to everyone. If you are interested to buy one, I'm not taking money now. You can give me your name, your contact number, I'll do follow up. It seems like everybody spins the face and nobody's laughing. Why? We just had lunch. We should laugh small. Phoenix is in Africa, it's in Ghana. Are you not happy to be in Ghana? Yeah. Wait, we are going. Sometimes you need to get them and walk around. You need to walk around because I see the chiefs around. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Nice. So this is 500 cedi. Why not? If you give me cash, I will not reject. Nana Adjuma is here, one of the finest sports analysts and the best journalist in the communication. Nana, are you ready for Phoenix in Ghana? I'm ready to ride it. Nice one. I know you do good for the sport. Okay. Wow, this man is rich. I smell money. Alright, please try and take the names for me, it's very important. The names and the contact numbers, so they'll see where their money was being used for. That's very necessary. I think you need to bring more. You need to buy like 10 and then dash it out. Bring me more magazine. Bring me 10. Because these people are great people. When I take money for them, it will bless Africa, Ghana. Wow. You see how rich man writes? So nice. 10 copies. Right now, 10 copies. 10 copies. Run, 10 copies. Oh! Nice. Nice. Someone is buying for Kenya. 10 copies. And this is going to help other children. It's going to buy rice, it's going to buy so many stuff for other children. So who is going to buy 100 for me today to support poverty in Africa? Okay. Ladies, don't come close to me. The men are here. Just go to them. Come on. 1 year. Okay. Okay. Hey, I'm gonna give me pounds, so they give me pounds. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, who's next? Okay, bring me more books. Bring me more books. Okay. Which 13 it is? My mom said. It's taking like maybe 100 copies. How many copies are you taking? 1 copy? No. I'm just kidding. Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'll get the microphone.
You see, when you meet a rich man,
Thank you very much, Julian. I'll now like to introduce you to Bernard.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Once again, we welcome you. We have the magazine for free for the kings and queens, but then if you want to have some for yourself, you can go ahead and bid. Okay, so what we're doing now is bidding. We don't mean to sell the magazine. So we're bidding. Okay, so like I said, we have the magazine for free. This is the very first edition. We have it for free for the kings and queens around. And the remaining left, if you want to have a copy, you can go ahead and pay for it. Good afternoon once again, honorable invited guests, Danado men, foreign media personalities, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to speak at this historical memorial 10th anniversary occasion. The Finnish African newspaper as a whole team, Alex spoke, and I am Bernard Kwache, the International Executive Affairs of the Finnish African newspaper. I'm currently in charge of the day-to-day affairs of managing the information system sciences of the newspaper, which include managing of the website and its related ICT demands. The Finnish African newspaper has come to stay and to give positive news. We believe that even though there are negative news around us each and every day, but if we are to promote and publish, then it has to be positivity. Because positivity will always drive over negativity. So that's why at the Finnish African newspaper we focus on only positive, informative and objective news. The newspaper, like I said, I'm in charge of the ICT related operation. Is available and will always be available both online and in printed version. And it's free of charge. Because at the Finnish Africa newspaper, we strongly believe this, that the very most beautiful things in life are free of charge, if we are to talk about them: peace, love, and so on. Thank you once again, everyone. And I would like to reiterate on the fact that the magazine, we have it for free for the kings and the queens. So the remaining left is what we're giving out, and it's not for sale. We bid you to bid, so it's a bidding. We don't mean to sell it. The Finnish African newspaper and its magazine is actually for free. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernard, and your Phoenix News team. Okay, so this gives me great pleasure because both myself and Dr. Marcia are both serving in the British Forces. Dr. Marcia is the Honorary Air Commodore and I am a corporal in the Royal Air Force. But today we are lucky because we have Commander R.J. Walters, the Defence Advisor for Accra, who's going to be doing a bit of a talk for us. So thank you very much, sir. Please vote.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Following lunch, where we've been fed and watered so royally, and just following giving out a great lecture, I'm afraid you have now put up with me for the next 20 to 30 minutes. I'm very impressed by the speakers this morning, not only with the content that has come out, but also the fine dress. I also dressed up there for lunch as well, to meet the great regalia that I see in front of me. I'd like to thank Phoenix News for giving me the opportunity to come here, and particularly Dr. McLaughlin, who invited me to speak today. Sometimes it might be odd that some of the documents that peace scholars that give us reconciliation to have sort of military stood before you. I think we have lots of common goals and shared values. So I'm going to talk a little bit afternoon about the defence in the Commonwealth and the UK's approach to West Africa. And afterwards, I'll give you the opportunity to ask questions. So in 1949, when the 8 founding members of the Commonwealth showed a vision to have free and equal membership of the Commonwealth of Nations, freely operating in the pursuit of peace, liberty and progress, imagine that they had no idea how successful an institution the Commonwealth would become. On the 2nd of June 1953, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth was crowned Queen and head of the Commonwealth, and in her 70-year reign only missed 2 heads of government Commonwealth meetings in her lifetime dedicated to serving others. In 1957, Ghana became the 9th member, and in recent years, the Maldives, Gabon, and in June of this year, Togo became the latest and 56th member to join. A staggering 2.5 billion people benefit from the membership, and with 60% of those under the age of 29. As many of you will know, the Commonwealth stands to tackle issues such as the environment, trade and the economy, society and young people, small state issues, and as a member of Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the particular area of interest for me is democracy, government and the rule of law. It is this last strand that many believe is a bedrock upon which nations are built and provides security and order that enables states to flourish, and it's in this area that is constantly challenged. As the UK mourns the sad death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II and celebrates her inspirational leadership and incredible life, we rally behind His Majesty King Charles and our new head of state and my new Commander-in-Chief. At home we will see reflection, debate and challenge the monarchy, and it is absolutely right that we do so. Members of the realm of the Commonwealth will, I'm sure, also review their positions as we see free speech and democracy in action. What I'm sure about, though, is whatever the outcome of those deliberations, the Commonwealth will remain true to its values and a forum to share common ideas and experiences amongst peers, and drive forward agendas that present opportunity, champion diversity, and deliver programmes that bring long-term benefits to many. The Commonwealth is not a defensive alliance. However, the UK, like others, are strengthening freedom and democracy through defence partnerships with a number of countries that are members of the Commonwealth. For example, through our defence cooperation agreement, each year the UK provides specialist training in Kenya to more than 1,000 Kenyan Defence Force personnel. With Nigeria, through our security and defence partnership, we are working together on shared threats of organised crime and terrorism, and supporting Nigeria's response to domestic insecurity. We are strengthening our UK-Canada defence relationship and our commitment to support Ukraine in the face of Russia's aggression. And here in Ghana, we support peace support operations and the preparation of troops for UN operations, as well as peace chain training. And indeed tomorrow, I'll be privileged to attend the course closing ceremony that marks the end of the 3rd year of a UK-led counter-IED programme, the biggest of its type we've ever undertaken. The quality of the attendees has been superb and has led to a greater pass rate than we can even achieve from our students back in the UK, and a cohort of instructors that can train regional soldiers to UN standards. Ghana are now in a position where they can form their own IED regiments and make future pledges to the United Nations. Warfare has changed. The traditional battlefield face-off has moved into an ever more complex and technical sphere. Countering violent extremism and the threats such as cybercrime in its many guises change the way we have to prepare for our adversaries, but the protection of human life and human rights will always remain at the forefront of our minds. Transnational organised crime that includes drug trafficking, smuggling of migrants, human trafficking, money laundering, trafficking of firearms, counterfeit goods, wildlife, cultural poverty, it's all rising as criminals try to stay ahead of the law and prey on the vulnerable. And all this is played out in a fast, interconnected media stage. It is no wonder why tackling such a portfolio is so difficult and that authorities are often on the back foot. The art of deception has turned into the art of noise, where the truth can be buried amongst mountains of fake news. Once trusted institutions are now being challenged, and as more and more people consume news from their mobile devices, it has become increasingly more difficult to own the narrative. Violent extremists and criminals are acutely aware that they are more agile than governments, and that they do not have to follow the rules. This makes life extremely difficult. Countries have had to learn quickly about psychological warfare, information operations, media operations and space. Artificial intelligence is shaping our future. Unmanned air platforms and ships are a reality, and I'm certain that we'll see robots on the battlefield in my lifetime. Tackling such complexity alone is an impossible task, and as such, it is the duty of the UK and other nations to collaborate. Partnerships with nations that share our ethos and values are essential if we are to combat our common threats and promote our common interests. The National East Africa Strategy states that the UK's long-term vision for sub-Saharan Africa is one in which the region is more prosperous and safer. It allows the objective to work with the African partners to ensure that they are less reliant on aid and more resilient to shocks and stresses, through assessing the long-term upstream drivers of instability, transnational crime, illegal migration and conflict. West Africa forms a major part of achieving Her Majesty's Government's objectives for Africa. A priority area for HMG within the Africa Strategy involves supporting our Commonwealth in the region. The region of importance to UK long-term national interests in democracy, security and prosperity. However, insecurity and conflict threatens our shared goals in the wider continent. Threats from crime, especially transnational, religious, ethnic, communal competition and conflict, separatism and insurgency, violent extremism, terrorism, piracy, illegal fishing and serious organised crime continue to undermine security, democratisation and the prosperity in the region. 90% of global piracy takes place in the Gulf of Guinea, and 60% of protein consumed in Ghana comes from the sea, and 4% of global fish stocks within the Gulf of Guinea. Illegal fishing is a scourge that needs to be eradicated to maintain food security and the livelihoods of thousands of fishermen and dependent industries. With global instability and increasing scarcity of resources, competition will only increase, and measures must be taken to protect fish stocks and create sustainable markets. It is right for the region to focus primarily on the more physical threat to the north, but as a sailor, I'll always encourage that we maintain a good lookout and that we do not neglect our southern flank. In 2020, the UK published our latest French review, called Global Britain in a Competitive Age. The integrated review of security, defence, development and foreign policy. This recognised the changing nature of warfare and that defence is but one strand of the solution. A coherent cross-government solution will always be required for success. The integrated review commits the UK to upstream intervention and an early effort in West Africa to constrain violent extremist organisation threat is critical before our partners face attacks within their borders. Defence's strategic approach in West Africa sets out how we commit to support key partners, both bilaterally and multilaterally, by enhancing their capacity and capability to address security threats. This will be done in coordination with wider efforts by HMG to address the underlying drivers of conflict and insecurity and help facilitate development. Our defence offer in West Africa will vary according to each country, but it centres around building upon our historical links with Commonwealth countries. We will focus on the mutual benefits of partnership and enduring relationships. Addressing security threats in West Africa and facilitating institutional capacity among partners will contribute to achieving HMG's strategic objectives by addressing upstream threats to the UK and promoting mutual prosperity. Developing the capabilities of trusted partners will go some way towards addressing the security threats and some of the underlying drivers of conflict in the Sahel and the Lake Chad region. Our engagement in Cameroon is an example of such an approach, where we have a growing successful partnership with a trusted partner that has proven effective in the far north of Cameroon, both in terms of directly tackling security threats and building trust among the local population. Similarly, we are also supporting Ghana with development of its Army's Special Operations Brigade. The long-term goal is to build enduring partnerships that enable partner nations and groups to be more resilient against threats, more accountable, and more capable of addressing threats rather than relying on the outside intervention. Engagement will involve driving sustainable and widespread improvements in defence infrastructure and, as part of a wider HMG approach, focusing on building accountable and strong institutions through training, intelligence gathering, equipping, and capacity building with embedded accountability mechanisms. As we have seen this week with the horrific attacks in Jogo, Burkina Faso, just 45 miles south of the Mali border, violent extremist organisations have increased the spread, number and lethality of their attacks. The tri-border region of Mali, Niger and Burkina Faso is particularly active. Contagion from Sahel is now threatening littoral states, such as Ghana, Côte d'Ivoire, Togo and Benin. Criminality and artisanal gold mining in the northern border regions are some of the vulnerabilities that violent extremist organisations can exploit. Porous borders in the northern regions of the littoral states enable freedom of movement for farm herders and migrant populations who often displace locals from low-skilled work, giving rise to localised conflict and intercommunal violence. Banditry and the incidence of violence is also increasing along major north-south arterial networks. In 2017, several heads of state of West African countries created the Accra Initiative in order to strengthen collaboration between their respective security and intelligence services by enhancing operational information and intelligence sharing. The II comprises of 7 full member states, 5 original members of Benin, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana and Togo, followed by Mali and Niger in 2019. Nigeria currently holds observer status and is hoped to fully join the AI in the future. In early 2022, defence chiefs were directed to advance the Accra Initiative to prevent terrorists and extremists from taking refuge in a member state, to disrupt terrorist networks and present expansion of cells, to prevent and combat radicalisation and violent extremism, and to fight against transnational organised crime. In response, a 3-pillared operational plan was developed. Phase 1 is to immediately secure borders and establish the multinational joint task force HQ in Tamale, which is in the central belt of Ghana. Phase 2 is to conduct discrete operations in Burkina Faso to regain the initiative. And Phase 3 is to strengthen human capital and food security for the longer term. The Accra Initiative aims to present the spillover of terrorism from the Sahel and to address transnational organised crime and violent extremism in the border areas of member countries. It aims to do this using the 3-phase cooperative and collaborative security mechanism anchored on the pillars of information intelligence sharing, training and security of intelligence personnel, and conducting joint cross-border military operations to sustain border security. As we just heard, the strategy of the Accra Initiative aligns significantly with the concepts of our own integrated review, and as such, the UK, led by Minister of the Armed Forces, Mr. James Heappey, are determined to make it a success. So why is the UK behind the Accra Initiative? Well, recent multinational attempts to improve security conditions in the Sahel have included Operation Barkhane and Task Force Takuba and MINUSMA that have had various degrees of success and failure. What particularly stands out with the Accra Initiative is that it is an African-led solution and has strong political backing from its member states, and is developing plans to respond comprehensively, not just militarily. The Accra Initiative has real strengths. It is founded in good political governance, with a mandate from ECOWAS and the heads of states are the members, with steps being taken to cement this political approach in a legal framework. Supporting the Accra Initiative to address regional security threats and facilitating its institutional capacity both contributes towards achieving Her Majesty's government's strategic objectives and the defensive strategic approach in West Africa. And I believe that it would gain Queen Elizabeth's approval and that it meets her vision and that of all the founding member states and those that have joined since. I'll leave you with a quote from Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II from her first televised Christmas broadcast in 1957, the year that Ghana joined the Commonwealth. I cannot lead you into battle. I do not give you laws or administer justice, but I can do something else. I can give you my heart and my devotion to these old islands and to all the peoples of our brotherhood of nations. And as the UK Defence Advisor to Ghana, Togo, Benin and Cote d'Ivoire, I will do my level best to follow her example. That's a little brief on our position as the United Kingdom in the region and what we're trying to do. I'm very happy to take any questions should you have any. Oh, sorry, yes. So the question was, how are we the British perceived in the area and by perpetrators? I take that as two questions. So perceived in the area, I think that the UK are seen as a trusted partner. And I say particularly with Ghana, where we have a very long relationship, an enduring relationship that we've had through training all of their staff officers back in the United Kingdom. We've contributed to their curriculum development through their training schools, and we have many people being trained on a day-to-day basis out here. From the adversaries, I'm not too sure. I'd like to think that they will see a credible response. We are not boots on the ground going forward. We are training the Ghanaians, and our policy in the region is to train people to solve their own problems, and hence our approach to the Accra initiative, which we're really fully behind and we hope will be a success. Is this an African solution to an African problem, which is what I think is really attractive. And if we can train those nations, that includes Benin, Togo and Cote d'Ivoire, who are already under attack, then that is a really useful thing. And I hope they will see that the increase in training, the increase in capability will really hold those threats back. I wouldn't say that the UK are being seen as a deterrent by just being present, because we are a training team that parachute in, and we have some people here for some longer pieces, but we wouldn't be seen face to face combating the enemy, so I wouldn't think that would be a fair thing to say. Any other questions? Yeah.
Hi, thank you for the introduction. My name is Pavan Singh. I'd like to ask a question as far as UK's training programs are concerned with regards to arms and how to deal with the parachute and save yourself. Are we doing anything with regards to forgiveness and reconciliation as training programs?
So we influence curriculum development. So we have in the past, so I can't directly answer for the Ghanaian curriculum. I've been here for 4 months and I haven't been into and seen the full depth of that. But I can answer that on behalf of my last job was in Baghdad. And we have a very long relationship with the Iraqis and their staff colleges as well, which is coming up to 100 years since we set up Sandhurst and their staff colleges. And we do make sure that the law of armed conflict and human rights are absolutely part of their curriculum. And I think it was in Bravo 20, there was one point where one of the captives was being tortured, and an Iraqi officer came in and said, "Stop, that is wrong, you should not do that." And that was down exactly to his training at Sandhurst. So we see that as very important, that people understand the rules of armed conflict, the laws of armed conflict, and making sure that we respect human life and we try to reduce collateral damage as much as there should be none. And sadly there is, but there should be none. Thanks so much.
Good afternoon. As a member of the head of the Commonwealth
yourself to help develop Ghana by traveling outside of Ghana to United Kingdom to see the difference and what they can bring back on board to Ghana. What as the Commonwealth has to offer on that, please?
Visas are not my specialised subject, but I know they're always a motive in every country you go to. I know there's an extensive student visa programme, and I know that we also sponsor chaplain students from all the way around the world to do programmes to go back and do things. But I think your question is more for general visa access for students to the UK. And as far as I understand it, as long as it's going to a reputable college of education, then the process will go through and there should be no problem at all. So I would hope that our systems are in there. I do admit our forms are not the easiest to fill in, having filled one in, but the systems are there. And no visa system is perfect, and I know that ours can take quite a long time, so I can't really add much more to that, I'm afraid. Yes, please.
Yeah. So we have an adage here says, new king, new law. For us in Ghana, since independence, all what we've known about leadership in the UK is the queen. No more queen, we have now have a king. Are we able to tell whether there is going to be any change in policy towards members of the Commonwealth going forward? Are we able to do that?
From my perspective, I think there will be no change at all in his approach. I think he's had an amazing mentor in his mother, in Queen Elizabeth. I think he's watched and observed, and he will be his own man, but I can't really see him wanting to change or make a quick change to anything that's been in place. Certainly, I'm sure the King will speak for himself and make statements as and when he wants to make changes, but I can't really see. The phrase we use regularly in England is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I would like to think that we'll carry on as we are. So I think a lot of the systems are good, but where there is fault within systems, I think these is rights to absolutely change things. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much again for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. Valuable insight there, and you'll be available tomorrow, won't you, if you want to bend his ear and find out more? Yes, see you tomorrow evening. Okay, so what we've got now is we are going to, first of all, I'm going to introduce Alistair, who is a mentor and another commander. He's going to introduce us to Mr. Stephen Osir from the Hotel Shakala, and also the panel discussion, which will be happening afterwards. So, over to you, Alistair.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol fully and duly observed. Well, now we have heard about peace and reconciliation. And I do hope everybody indeed is appreciative that peace is important. And as we know that peace is important and we have reconciled all our differences, this is the time now to hear from business leaders, community leaders, entrepreneurs that will sustain. Because when you have good business, good leadership, then you're able to definitely sustain peace in our community. So it's my pleasure as a chief servant to call Mr. Stephen Amachi, who is coming to talk to us and be a member of the panel. Mr. Stephen, please come and join. And join on the panel is Mr. Amar D. Harry. Please come and join. Next is Mr. Matt Galgati. Please come and join the panel. The beauty about Africa and people around Africa is there is dignity in culture. And whatever it is, there's that dignity in peace. And there's always joy when you know you don't have anybody chasing you for anything because you have reconciled. I was telling somebody that this kind of message is absolutely very important on the African continent, more so on Nigeria, which is one of the most, well, it is the most populous black nation on the continent. And this message I hope vibrate and deep and get to Nigeria and all the African countries that absolutely need peace. And peace is not just for the African continent. Europe is presently going through the same desire for peace, and by extension, all around the world. So once again, I really want to thank the members of the Peace Charter, our elders, Say and Nekash, for coming here onto the African continent to share the need and the necessity for peace on the continent. Thank you very much. Now, my role really is to afford and to make sure that you have mics around you. Thank you very much. Is to interact with community and business entrepreneurs. And I'm going to start with you, Mr. Steve, because you're talking about a hotel chocolate, and you're talking about cocoa production. You're talking about employment, creating jobs for the people in Ghana. Tell us a little bit more about your organization.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Nanano, we are Madawa. You have a look at her. I say, La Fayette, the same one. I'm representing a group known in Ghana as a Green Tropics Group. We have some of our members around. Robert is there, and some few others who join us before we close. In fact, in Ghana, we represent Hotel Chocolat. It's a PLC in the United Kingdom. In fact, they manufacture specialized chocolates. If you have no birthday, you make an order, and by the next day, it will be presented to you at your doorsteps. But for the past 20 years, we've been moving along with them, and they've been very, very supportive. One, they provide funds for us to train young ladies and men in the cocoa industry. You only have to inform us, and through interviews, we will just pick you, train you, residential training for about 4 days or 3 days. And then when you go back, every acre of land that you present to us, we will make sure that we give you 450 hybrid cocoa free of charge. We will deliver at your farm gate. In addition to the cocoa seedlings, we provide fast-growing tree species because the environment and development are two sides of a coin. As you remove the forest, you need to put some trees back. You know what I mean? Climate change and biodiversity loss in here. So we make sure that we provide you with local seedlings and fast-growing trees. You have your Wellington boots, pair of Wellington boots, machetes, some maize, and some plantain suckers. Every item will be delivered to you as a young farmer. And we will monitor to make sure that you cultivate all these. And at the end of the day, when you sell, Hotel Chocolat will buy, through our partners in Ghana, Yokopa, cocoa buying companies will buy. And for every bag of cocoa that we sell to Yokopa or our partners, you are entitled to 100
also go to Mr. Harry. Actually, Mr. Harry, you can call him adopted African because he was born in African continent. But he's a seasoned entrepreneur, a dedicated business leader, and somebody who has been running IPNC company here on the African continent. Tell us a little bit more, please, about yourself, because I can't do justice to a top person like you.
Firstly, I'm a confused global citizen trying to figure out which nationality I belong to. Of course, I've been always an Indian citizen, but I spent most of my lifetime after the age of 18 in Africa. So I can call myself truly African because my entire youth was spent working for Africa and in the interest of Africa. This is why Indians call me more of an African. So this is why I stay confused with who I belong to. But I think we all belong to planet Earth, and we need to be concerned about the planet itself, especially the environment, and how to have sustainable businesses built which protect and make a positive impact on the environment itself. One of the biggest responsibilities all of us as businesses and as institutions we hold. But myself, I'm into the technology business. Technology, as you know, is a game changer, which is a disruptive activity, which is causing disruption in the traditional ways we used to do business. But this is what technology is about. That's the future for everybody. And Ghana is one of the most receptive countries in Africa to have adopted technology and technology companies far ahead of many other countries globally. And this is why Ghana is also known as the poster boy of Africa, because we are indeed leading. We are showing the ways to how other African countries to follow and adopt technology. So that is my business is about.
Very well. Just before you go to Mr. Matt Dalgety, the main criteria or reason why you're here as well is to support the peace initiative. What is the role of peace, and or how do you see peace playing a role in your company in the level that you're succeeding? Can you share with us?
So the peace, firstly, is brought about by my business, which is technology, and it is IT, which has connected the world and made it as one global village. It has brought people together like no time in human history. So technology itself is that unifier, that unifying force, which is bringing people together, which is ensuring that people are not suppressed, communities are not suppressed anywhere. You upload anything about yourself and people come to your rescue, they come to your aid. So there are all these positive things which IT and technology has brought about. I feel proud that I got into this business at a very early stage. My company continues to do social responsibility projects in Ghana in many different areas.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dalgety, the name sounds like something you find on shelf in supermarkets. And without any doubt, he started one of the major non-mainstream European company selling tea products. Something that probably he picked for his auntie, uncle, who, you know, when you come from the Caribbean, you have to have something special that you bring into the United Kingdom, into Africa. Mr. Mac, tell us your storyline.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I'll have to stand up. I'm feeling a bit, I don't want to say a bit cold, so I'll stand compared to other guys. All protocols acknowledged, and obviously thank you to the Peace Charter Group. I mean, I learned a lot today with regards to working towards peace and everything. I met one of my colleagues from Leicester outside and he really explained to me. I thought to him, I mean, originally although I was born in the United Kingdom, I grew up in the Caribbean, in a place called Guyana, and I said to him, I probably need to get him down to Guyana. We've got two strong ethnic groups that, for some unknown reason, unknown, they forever always fighting against one another. But my name is Mark Dalgety, as he said, and I'm the founder of a company called Dalgety Teas. And I'm also the founder of another company called, or a non-profit organization called Black Entrepreneurs International, which promotes trade between people of African descent in the diaspora, connecting with people and communities here in Africa. I'll speak a bit about Dalgety Teas first, which is basically, I would say, the leading brand of herbal teas in the ethnic community in the United Kingdom. We've been in existence for just over 25 years. We supply over 5,000 independent shops in the United Kingdom and also the largest supermarket chains over there. And the concept of teas is interesting because, I mean, we're now stepping into the African market. We've just set up shop here in Ghana just about 12 months ago to set up distribution across West Africa. And it's interesting looking at the cocoa industry that is now emerging, which is pretty much we're in the tea industry, but I think Ghana should have basically started what we did about 25 years ago. Because coming from the Caribbean, if anyone knows about the Caribbean, it's basically a fusion of two cultures, a culture from Asia and a culture from Africa. We think in the Caribbean what we've done, we've got the best of two worlds, which is basically fusing Africa with Asia. And we also feel, ironically, most West Indians think that we probably make the best curry, and we also make the best Chinese fried rice. Because what we've done is mix the ingredients of both to be enhanced. So I think basically the Dalgety tea that we've done is created a tea that is actually extremely strong, 100% natural, that is synonymous with people from Africa and people from Asia. And we basically took that product into European markets and basically ended up being successful in introducing it to the European market. We lasted for 25 years, and we pretty much exported from the Caribbean. We also buy from small communities across Africa. And I mean, here now in Ghana, as we develop our markets, we've already started engaging with smaller farming groups in Mackinson, I'm going to call a few names, Volta region and places like that. So obviously it'll be interesting to meet people who are interested in farming, interested in, I mean, the sort of teas we'll do, just to give you an example of the teas we do. We do over 36 lines of teas, ranging from turmeric teas, ginger teas, moringa teas, teas for diabetes, blood pressure, slimming teas, you name it, yeah? But that's what we specialize in. We also have offices in the United States and back in the Caribbean also. But we decided to use Ghana as our base for West Africa. We've got a warehouse in Benedenta and offices. As I said, we're only new in the market. Our products could be found in, I think it's Palace Mall, Max Mart, and as of today, Melcom. So that's where we are at the moment.
Thank you very much. Stephen, you were talking about the farmers that you have, Stephen, the farmers that your organization share things with. When you looking into the future, believing that without either all the farmers that are around your organization, would you say they're progressing? And if they're progressing, what is the secret that allow you to believe all of them are happy with your performance?
Thank you. Yes. In the first place, our effort and the effort of Hotel Chocolat is actually reaping in a lot of benefits. In the first place, our young farmers are getting work to do because all the items that I mentioned earlier are given to you for free, and your effort is only to maintain the farms. And progressively, some of our young farmers have progressed into purchasing class at various locations. They have been able to add on their own. They have expanded their farms. In fact, our maximum is 3 acres. But some have worked so hard that they've been able to add about 3 or 4 acres to the original site that we supported them. And so in a way, not only for peace, but also for jobs. And at the end of the day, the young ones, once they are able to feed themselves, there will be peace at the local level. Nobody will go and steal somebody's plantain or cocoyam.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You see how important peace is. Even in business, especially when you have a high number of staff, you definitely share experience with them so that peace, and when you have peace, then definitely your business will progress. Back to Mr. Harry, you company you mentioned earlier, like a digital economy. Did you see the role of digital economy, bearing in mind that Africa seems to be cash? The role of IT of your company in driving them towards that technology?
I think it's an automatic result of when you start adopting technology in any country's economy. And Ghana has seen the result. Other African countries like Kenya and Tanzania, they have also seen the result, how the economies are moving from cash to digital, and more manual work is being replaced by automation. So that's a good sign of adopting IT and for progress of all African nations.
Thank you. For Africans watching and leaders watching, let's add the expert sharing what the power and the innovation and the creativity of technology can speed up the process of leadership and good governance on the African continent. Mr. Mack, we still seems to have a relationship between you and the cocoa production team, but you talk about the substance in the variety of your products, and now it's coming into Africa, and the market is huge on the African continent. How will you see your company contributing to social corporate responsibility as you begin to grow on the African continent?
I would say the first thing that's interesting when we came into Ghana is that we were in a corner market, and the guy said, you know, these teas that you have here, you're not bringing the village to me. I don't have to go to the village any longer. Because most of our teas are 100% natural, and what you find here in Ghana is that as soon as someone gets sick, if they cannot afford that's what we call a mineral-based medicine, they head up to the village to drink all these herbs. What Alberti basically does is literally take those same herbs, package it to what we call a modern day consumer, because it actually is no additives, exactly the same lemongrass bush, it's the same niña, as we call it in the Caribbean, we call it cerasee. It's the same ginger that you get from the ground in the vaulted regions, but we literally take, slowly dry it, maintain the quality, put it in a tea bag for you to actually put it into your cup of tea, so that you can actually head back to the village. And that's one way of, we would say, is a contribution towards the need, like I just have it here straight to the village. Also, it's keeping it natural. But more importantly is the fact that, I mean, all these herbs, and I mean, that they have across Ghana or in Africa, I mean, it creates employment at the end of the day. I mean, you know, in the Caribbean for the last 25 years, we probably, because what we specialize in is working with a lot of small farmers. So we don't actually have one farm that has 100 or 200 acres. What we have is 200 farmers with 1 acre. And I mean, it's literally taking that same concept we did in the Caribbean and bring it here to Africa, which although in 12 months we only just started. I mean, I'm sure we probably engaged with at least about 100 farmers already and different communities, which is, I mean, some of them, I don't even think some of them are even growing this stuff. It just actually, a lot of these herbs just grow in the soil just like that. But it's just taken to a commercial level, creating employment for people, which from us as a social, corporate social responsibility is having a positive impact on the society, on the economy. Because I mean, one thing, I mean, I would say Africa or even Ghana as well understand is that a country will only become economically rich by exporting more than it imports. If you're importing more than you export, that's where you're heading down the drain. So it's important, I mean, one reason why a lot of Western countries get extremely wealthy is because they export more than they import. So if you're going to be importing everything you want, then the irony of the matter is all the things that you're importing is stuff that you actually have that you still back up for someone to send you that in. So what you buy that you actually take the same stuff and package it properly for the rest of the world.
Thank you very much. Mr. Harry, before I get to Mr. Stephen, you are an educationist as well, educator. Now, I would really like, for the benefit of the viewers who are online watching global, to share the experiences or how Ghana or African countries can benefit, because you now have both experienced as an Indian person and somebody who's in Africa, the role of digital to bridge that gap.
I think when you spoke about education, Ghanaians are naturally fond of acquiring more and more knowledge. They seem to have one of the highest literacy rates and the love for education. You will find Ghanaian professors, Ghanaian doctors, and other Ghanaian professionals in neighboring countries, as far as South Africa, even in the US. One of my tenants in one of my properties is a Ghanaian doctor working in Los Angeles. In UK, you will find Europe, but everywhere, Ghanaian professionals are very well known. I recollect that Canada, I went to one of the leading universities, University of British Columbia, UBC, and the vice chancellor was a Ghanaian. So Ghanaians, because of their love for education, they have spread out. They have one of the biggest diasporas from any other African country. And this is one reason that Ghana is the gateway for businesses coming to Africa. This is one big difference, that they have taken education and technology as well. And it's becoming the most digitized economy of the African continent.
Thank you. Mr. Stephen, as a group, because your company is a group of companies and other management staff, how would you like other organization, or what knowledge would you share with other people to try to emulate so that they too can grow?
Great. We are a non-governmental organization at the moment, and our activities, we think we have impacted a lot in the listening, reading, and part of the scientific reading. We would have loved to do a lot more, spreading to a scientific model. In fact, we have partners with Venice. That is our dream, and we hope by the next 5 years, we should be able to strengthen Green Tropics Group to be able to do a lot more in the area of biodiversity, because we have adopted the headwaters of the Accra River. We have 4 major rivers in Ghana: Tano, Accra, Pra, and the Water River. We have adopted the created headwaters of the Pra River, and we think we are making impact. We are showing Ghanaians what to do to improve the environment, and at the same time create jobs. So it is our dream to do a lot more in the area of biodiversity, and again train more young farmers in the cocoa industry, so that employment will be generated at the rural levels. That is our dream.
Thank you very much. Before I come to the floor to ask one or two questions, let me, Mr. Harry, the secret to succeeding in life. Please give us 1 or 2 tips.
I will give you 2.
Thank you. Make it 3.
We should try to copy planet Earth. Planet Earth, 2 main qualities which I have observed. One is the discipline. Day and night, planet Earth moves around its axis, and then it moves around sun. And it is done in a very disciplined manner. And this is the discipline which brings change in the weathers. It brings change between the day and night, and it sustains life on planet Earth. If we want to be successful, if we want to be a good entrepreneur, a good employee, a good family man, we need to become disciplined. And how do we bring discipline? In our Sikh religion, they teach us to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. And what to do at 4 o'clock? You should develop your intellectual capabilities. You should read. You should develop your faith. You should pray. And also, you should bring out physical fitness. You should become a good sports person. So, work on your intellect, work on your spiritual side, work on your physical fitness, rise up early in the morning and do that in a disciplined format. The second thing, what I like about planet Earth, and now I will call it as Mother Earth, is its nature of giving. It always keeps on giving. It doesn't ask anything back from you. It's really like a mother. Once you have that giving nature, you will develop entrepreneurship. Because when you have the giving nature, you will identify a problem, an existing problem around you. And then you find a solution for that problem. Because you have that empathy, like Mother Earth, you want to give. You want to find a solution to a problem existing around you. As soon as you find that solution, your bags will start getting filled with money. Everybody will bring money for the solution you found. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll ask the third question, Mr. Delgado. The secret or something you want people to learn as you give us tea for free.
Yeah, that's true. I would say, as an entrepreneur, I mean, the first thing people have to understand is an entrepreneur is a person who basically takes an idea that is not normally thought of and turns it into a commercial entity to make a profit. And I mean, when I say profit, I'm not talking about the profit Mohammed, I'm talking about the profit of the PROFIT, which basically hopefully helps your community, your family moving forward in life. I mean, as an entrepreneur, as a business person, I always say people it's important to be focused, determined, hardworking, and normally have a passion for whatever you're doing. It doesn't matter what it is. I think once you have a passion and a focus on whatever you want to do, it helps you to be successful in life. And even if you are successful, you ultimately make your family successful, you ultimately make your community successful, you ultimately make your country successful. I mean, it all contributes towards peace, I would say also. Because, I mean, if you have a harmonious society, a harmonious family, it all contributes to the stability in the world. Thank you.
Very well, thank you very much. Before we quickly go on to the stage, my name is Mentor Commander Alistair. I'm from Africa, flew in from London. I'm the first black person to set up the first black TV station in the United Kingdom and Europe. Ben Television is the first, and at the beginning of my own company, we were showing everything to do with Africans, Indian, Bollywood, and people used to say, that guy is so confused. Today he's showing the Indian program, tomorrow he's showing Bangladeshi, and then tomorrow he's showing Nigerians. He doesn't even know what he's doing, but then I was the only black TV station that is ethnic TV on the sky. But right now in the United Kingdom, we have more than 100 different TV stations on the sky. And so, but we are here to continue to bridge the gap between the African continent and the world. And once again, it's indeed a pleasure for me to see the caliber of people who have flown from different parts of Africa, Europe, United Kingdom to come and celebrate the 10th anniversary with Fortis Media here in Ghana. And I will call on our Ghanaian brothers and sisters to make sure that we really feel the Ghanaian hospitality. Mr. Harry, you're here, the royal fathers and mothers, and the people watching online. Let us feel the Ghana power. Thank you. Anybody that have a question, one or two that I'll take for them before I then go back to Mr. Stephen to share a little bit more of his knowledge. Yes, the lady in the
Thank you so much. First of all, I'm very grateful all protocols observed. Adipa, I'm Ghanaian. I live here. So welcome home. I'm very grateful for this meeting. I go a lot into the rural areas, and peace is a very, very big issue, even in Ghana. I don't even want to look beyond Ghana. You have a concept. If you don't even brand it in the language of a particular sect, they will not receive you. We're so tribal, so my question is, how does the Peace Charter go to the rural areas of Ghana? Because as I'm sitting here, and I always encounter people of different color and all of that, I tell them, Accra is not Ghana. Ghana is not the capital cities. I don't know the platform I'll get to blow this up. So, you know, when it was going on, I went backstage, I went and asked them, how are you getting famous to the rural areas? Because I'm not just here for me. I can go on the internet. What about the people, the grassroots people? How do we get this peace charter to them? How does it go?
Well, I'm lucky enough that I have Mr. Harry here, who I hope I'm not putting you on the spot, but with permission from the elders, if Mr. Harry can, go ahead.
Having been to visited many rural areas in Ghana, what I have found lacking is good schooling and good education. And education is that solution to all the problems the rural areas and deprived areas which can face. So certainly we have to, all in the community, those who live in the cities who are affluent, we have to see from which villages we come from, and we need to give back to our villages and create good schools, but creating schools we need to ensure teachers are present over there. Many schools I saw in the rural areas, hardly any teachers come there. So in place of finger pointing on others, we should see three fingers coming on us. We should adopt our village, go there and teach at times, spend a few months over there, assign somebody from our family to go there for 6 months, 1 year, find friends to go there and teach. When we educate our rural folks, they will all come out of different kinds of challenges or problems they face.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I had a last question.
No, you haven't.
Oh.
Only I can tell you to.
Oh.
You can keep it, but I'll take it off you. Sorry, so that. No, you can't have it, sister, because you're next to her representative. So this way, anybody here, unless if they forfeit. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. For a moment, I thought I had an invisible hand. It's okay. My name is Nanaima. I'm so many things in Ghana, but I'm Ghanaian anyway, and I live here. And I wanted to respond to the young chap there who's promoting farming. It's more of a commentary more than a question, because, and he can correct me, he spoke about hybrid seeds. Am I correct? Yeah. Now, I'm very concerned about hybrid seeds because we need to know what that actually means, and we need to place it in its appropriate context. Hybrid seeds are genetically modified seeds. They're actually quite dangerous for countries like us, and I'll tell you why. Because when I give you, for example, as a farmer, hybrid seeds, they last for 1 year. After that year, you must come back and buy from me those genetically modified seeds. If, for example, your crop fails because of rainfall or something like that, for example, and you can't afford to buy genetically modified seeds from me, you can't grow food. There's no food you can grow. Furthermore, genetically modified seeds, they also cross-pollinate organic seeds. And the bigger picture is that there's a bigger conspiracy going on. Because at the moment, the West dictates to us, and we call it cash crops. They dictate that we produce those cash crops and export them to them.
Let me quickly come back.
I'm coming. And I'm saying to him that although he has good intentions, what he's doing is allowing the West, who have a bigger agenda of controlling what we eat, when we eat, how we eat coming through the front door.
Thank you.
But we cannot afford that. We can't afford that.
Okay. Mr. Stephen, you have the golden opportunity.
Nana Jiman, I've known Nana for some years, and I'm happy that Nana is here today. Nana, you were at Ngoko, and I know you trained as a coach some time back. Nana, some years back, growing Tetekwashi cocoa could take somebody 10 years before you could harvest the first pod. And years after years, the cocoa board saw the need because the Tekwasi would take a longer period before we start harvesting. And any time there was drought, prolonged dryness, your cocoa trees could die in no time. So the cocoa board put up a research. All the research were done here in Ghana at a factory at Interfaith. So it saw the need to, it should be modified, I'm sure. No qualms about that. But they saw the need to cross the Amazonia from Brazil, which could grow very fast, and at the same time you could harvest within 3 years. And it was found out to be disease resistant. Instead of waiting for about 7 years before we start harvesting, this could give you just 3 years. And those who have cultivated the hybrid will tell you that it's excellent. It's excellent. They are getting enough. And the taste, the flavor is one of the best. That's the more reason why Ghana attracts premium at the world market. So now I don't think we are damaging our very backbone, which is cocoa. I don't think so, because everything is a policy of the government and everything is well handled by cocoa board. And I don't think we should start.
Okay, just before you drop the mic, do you have any other thing you want to add from your organization?
Well, later on, if we are able to roll the beaches, we will get to know that.
Let me see if they can. Okay, they're rolling something.
Yeah, most of the beaches over there have been used in the magazine.
Right.
Yeah, club. And not only supporting Ghanaian young cocoa farmers, they have supported us to build a clinic in the remote areas. I was referring to Yosubin, which is very close to where you used to live and train footballers. And a lot of boreholes have been done for our rural folk. Well, Hotels has done a lot, and I think they need our commendation. This is all what I would say.
Well, can we clap for them? Mr. Gayati Lashburn. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have you all there with us. And on behalf of Phoenix Media Group, on the 10th anniversary here in Accra, Ghana, we look forward to you having a wonderful evening and enjoy the day and see you tomorrow. Just before then, the last announcer is coming. So, thank you very much, please.
Thank you, Alistair. Appreciate that. Actually, we have one more, just one more presentation for us today, which is Mr. Corey Hyde from the Moorland Development. If you give us a couple of seconds, we're just going to click on the presentation and then we'll call up Corey. So Corey, if you'd like to come to the stage right now, if you can give him a big hand. And whilst you do that, we'll get the presentation.
all protocols observed. Boy, Ghana. When I looked out the plane window yesterday, you know, and I must say this to you, it's my first time in Africa. Looked through the window and I said, my word, the motherland. Because I grew up in Jamaica, always longing to be a part of this homeland. This homeland. And the raging emotions when I stepped off and I handed them my passport. I had Big Jamaica on it and somebody said, welcome to Ghana. I feel like my family welcomed me. Now, I'm going to talk to you about more than development, but that is far beyond what I really want to express to you, because the conference earlier mentioned peace. It mentions forgiveness and reconciliation. So when you've got peace of mind, you can start the healing process. Because if you think about it, in the Caribbean, we were disconnected many years ago, decades ago. And we have started the forgiveness process. We are healing because we are growing, we are more mature. And we are reconciling, and this is evidence of reconciliation. I am here in Africa, celebrating with the Phoenix newspaper on the 10th anniversary, and be a part of this great gathering of great leaders, kings and queens, my brothers, sisters, my aunts, my uncles, my grands. Let me tell you this, more than development, although we're a premier real estate development organization in Jamaica, for over 2 decades. We believe in building communities. We believe in what we call strengthening affinity. So not because it is in Jamaica, there's so many persons can own a piece of that rock and create that affinity. And the next thing, it's inspired by nature. And why I say it's inspired by nature? Because we have to be at one with Mother Earth. There's so many things happening in the world. And when we have eco-friendly development, ladies and gentlemen, I am simply telling you, that handsome fellow over there has nothing to do with the presentation. All right? So established in 2001, and we're going to run through, Jonathan, for the interest of time. The next slide is going to tell you exactly what we are about. Now, when you look at this, aren't you seeing Ghana? Aren't you seeing beautiful Africa? This is what we are offering to you as another home away from home. Just to visit the relatives that have been sent into the Caribbean. Just visit. Now, when you look at the hallmarks of our communities, you see a security camera. Now, a lot of times people want peace of mind. And peace of mind sometimes comes with the security, right? There's structural elements, and I'm taking things out of the presentation, the conference earlier. There's structural elements that will cause conflict. Somebody who envies you, and you want to protect your property. That's why we have cameras. You want to protect yourself. But we don't live in an ideal world. So we tend to want to do a bit of monitoring to safeguard our peace of mind. So until we reach the point of reconciliation, eradicating conflicts, then we can sleep with our doors open. And that is what we're moving towards. I'm not here to sell property. I'm not here to sell Jamaica. I'm giving you information that we need to strengthen the affinity. There are people out there that need you. When you build that community, keep going, Jonathan. It doesn't matter where at in this presentation. As long as you've got the visuals, you can connect. That little island of Jamaica needs you. We in Jamaica need you. We need the strong guidance We need that strong message. We need to be closer to the heritage. I've heard so many things. Now, when you look at this house, this piece of real estate right there, sitting in Jamaica, Jamaicans do own it. Why can't our brothers and sisters in the diaspora own it? There's so many other people that own that. But we want our people back home. We want you looking at us. We may have different shades in this room, but we are one heart, one love. And let's get together, and we're going to feel all right in the Caribbean as well. Wrong me? There are two words there, sold out. What do you mean sold out? Why? Why? Because a lot of people, they're on this path of reconnection. And sometimes escapism is always, but it looks nice, doesn't it? There's a swimming pool and all of that, but why? Is that a Western influence? Maybe not. And I'm talking to you straight. Maybe the beach is too far, and you just want a little peace of mind after a hard day, and probably just want to look. Chief, mothers, fathers, the great elders, leaders. You have grandchildren who are integrated, and you still want to maintain that relationship with them. And this is what they're used to. When they go on holidays, they go to the resorts with all these lovely swimming pools. Keep going, Jonathan. And if you own this, you also offer that. They don't have to stray, don't have to wonder where they are. They've got their own peace of mind in their own swimming pool. But I'm saying this, it's not about that. It's not even about the price either. Because we're not selling that. This is not a sales pitch. This is a visual for us to come to one consensus. One consensus. Keep going, Jonathan. Palmbrook Estate, that's in the country, the heart of Jamaica. There's no beaches around there, but people still acquire this property. Why are the diasporans buying this piece of property? They're hillsides. There's tranquility when you wake up in the morning. You're one with nature. You feel the sense, the presence of an almighty force that, look, this is my purpose. Life is not all about the beach. When the sun rises in the morning, sets in the evening, you hear the birds chirping, and maybe the occasional mosquito bite. That's the great one at work. Let's not forget that. Keep going, Jonathan. Keep going. And I say it's not about the price. When you look at this White House Beach Club, it's on the sea front. And many decades ago, many years, centuries ago, our people landed on the shores. And I take you back to history. So why are we acquiring properties on the coastline that reminds us of such an atrocity years ago? That's forgiveness. That's reconciliation. That's progress. That's moving forward. That's saying that we own this and you're welcome to share this with us. More than development, we are the prime developers who change the narrative, add language to the unspoken tongue. And the unspoken tongue, keep going, Jonathan. The unspoken tongue beauty, maybe just in materialistic things. Investment property is a vacation home. It can be constructed in phases, and you have the peace of mind just to turn your key. And that turning the key, somebody mentioned it earlier, that's the trust. That's building the trust. So when we have a development that's built on trust, and you say to somebody, build my home, secure my investment, all I want to do is turn my key. We have arrived. We have shed the burden of this. The trickery, the age-old thing called deception. We have given that up and we have moved into what we call trust. Investment like these is not an easy feat, ladies and gentlemen, in this conference. It's a whole lot of money at stake. It means that if you trust somebody with that amount of investment, then you can trust your brothers and sisters and heal. So I'm using this real estate presentation to extend to the life situation, my queens and my kings. Next slide, Jonathan. Choices in life. You can keep going through these. There's 6 designs from this White House development. And that's your choice. And each of these designs, you will see the sunset in Jamaica, in the west. It's a marvelous sight. It feels good. Each of these homes, you can see the sunset, the power, the awesome nature at work. Tropical modern designs, we believe in that. So we encourage youngsters coming out of university to submit designs to us. What would you like the future to look like? So we're encouraging entrepreneurship through architecture. So it's a quite holistic approach. And it's not a small amount, it's 2,500 square feet, 3 bedrooms, that sort of thing. So we're giving you your own palace. Take your car, of course. Pool option, air conditioning. Sometimes you don't like to be too hot in the tropics. You know, I want a law pass that we don't have to wear jackets in Jamaica. Or in the Caribbean, I want a law pass. But it is what it is right now. It's not about the price. It's not about what we are going to be doing in the next 5 years. It's about creating that energy now, in the present, that anything that you see here can be the midpoint between the owner and the next generation to come. This is legacy building right here. And I'm closing off this presentation with that roadmap. 2018 was a start date. Keep going, Jonathan. And in 2 years, keep going, Jonathan. By December 2024, that will be completed. We started out with 192 lots. We have 15 left. If it was about price, we would have 192 left. So it's no longer about the price. And I'm saying this to you. Everybody who owns a piece of this, they have created that affinity to Jamaica. They are professionals, they have something to offer to the island has something to offer and send up the chain. So we have individuals who are mentoring youngsters. We have individuals who are through the skill exchange program have impacted on the health sector. We have our brothers and sisters who have impacted the IT sector, from the coding to AutoCAD. The island is benefiting from that. And I believe Africa can also benefit. Ghana can benefit from this legacy that we are about to be. And as I close, put my hand in my pocket and I take this device out. If you can trust this device, you can trust this device, this mobile phone. You must be able to trust your brothers and sisters that sit next to you by that look, by that handshake, that personal interaction. Because sometimes you don't know who it is behind this device. And what's the relevance to all of this? Jonathan, keep going, please. What's up his name? Oh, you're over there. And the moral of the story is this. When you're in front of me, when I can talk to you, I can say, I am sorry. I can say, you've been great. I can say, diversity is evident in how you treat each other through that integrity. So, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me. This is just a simple presentation about real estate that holds a deeper value than just property ownership. This is affinity. It is one planet with diverse people. And I close by saying, one love, one heart, let's get together and feel alright. Look. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Corey. Can we give him another round of applause? What a way to end this conference today. That was absolutely fantastic. And can I just say a massive thank you to everyone. I hope you have enjoyed today's conference. It's been quick and I almost didn't want it to end, especially after Corey's fantastic presentation there. But don't fear, we still have one more day. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow. How about you guys? Hands up, who's looking forward to tomorrow? That's what I like to see. Fantastic. Well, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much. Please take away all your magazines and things with you. And if you'd like to stay around and have a chat for a couple minutes and have some coffee, then that's perfectly fine. But have a safe journey and see you tomorrow.